Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22 Michigan Farms Map, Schafer's Ag Service Part 111. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. And let's get going. I think most of the farming is done. We have got to... Okay, rolling here yet. Rolling on the river. Okay.
Oh, this is just what?
Get a shirt on. Alright. Chopping down more trees. Be right back. That guy had a little toy squishy in his mouth. I told him, don't be putting it in your mouth. Caught him with his mouth again, took it away. Daddy just told me to throw it away, so it is now in the garbage. Okay, don't see the connection.
Uncle Steve, Eddie, smack Uncle Steve. See? See how that works?
See that? Abuse. Call the police.
Oh, look, it's working.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. My hands aren't acting up anymore. They're not getting scaly or whatever. Like if it comes and goes, it's so weird. Like lately, it's not come, so that's good.
Neither have I. Not lately.
Yeah, same here.
Look at that, right? Look, right next to wait on that. They're afraid. All the scared of the road.
I don't think they're cold, not in this weather. Where are they at? What road?
They're over there near First Street Dam, so it's like
40. That's 40.
Yeah.
40 east.
Yeah.
Hey, while you're there, take all the damn pictures you want.
Damn you, Steve. Damn you.
Vegas vacation. Take all the damn pictures you want. Oh. All right. I'll get some more coffee. Be right back. All right. There's the next forest I gotta chop down. And that'll be it for major forests like that. Working on this one right now. It's almost done. Well, what the heck is the deal with this? What? What the absolute hell? I need more seeds. Um, I bet I can pick it up with this. I just remembered that I hadn't picked up everything from this coffee bean greenhouse. There it is. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Whoa. Safe. Forgot about the speed, damn it. So Froggy, how you doing? I just had a little wipeout. Wipeout. But he's safe. Slid into home. Put another run on the board for the Tigers. You know what that reminds me? I have to check. How are the Detroit Tigers doing right now? Fourth. Oh, come on. Fourth? What the hell happened? 3.5 games behind the White Sox. I do drive too fast. I try to take those corners too fast is what the problem is. Wait, where was the... Really? Wow. That's something. Thanks everybody for watching. Where's my... I'm gonna put my damn roaster at. That's the coffee shop. I can't remember now. Where the hell's it at? Oh, right here. That's where it is. I remember now. Right next to the spinnery. My spinnery has been spinning facts about the fabrics they're making. Ah. Ah, missed them. Gonna need more seeds soon. Alright. Alright, now which greenhouses need water? And productions. Greenhouses and production sites. Those are alright. Alright. Yeah, let's get that filled. Need water. Need water. Good on water. Level 3. All right. All right. Back to the wood. Wouldn't you know? Oh, goodness sakes. Excuse me. Hey Austin, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Some serious lumbering going on. Well, I'm lumberjacking. I don't care. Work all night and sleep all day. That's not how it goes. I have to watch the 18 episode called Timber. Murdoch's looking for Bigfoot. Says there's a whole $15 reward for finding proof of Bigfoot. Wants to lay a trap of hamburgers down a long line. Dwight Schultz played that part perfectly. I'm glad you're fantastic. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. I think I got more than half of this forest done. Cleanest forest I've ever seen. I never saw a forest like this with no vegetation or nothing, no bushes on the ground or nothing around the trees. It's just unheard of. Nature grows more than just trees, you know. Hey Jay Curtis, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate you watching. Chopping down a bunch of trees today. Wouldn't you know it? You guys know how I-40 runs through Nashville, right? Right through Nashville. There was a really bad accident the other day. A cement truck carrying a full load of Vicks Vapor Rub uh, turned over and spilled its product everywhere. For 8 hours, there was literally no congestion on the freeway. So if we got enough for a load. Let's find out. And how full is the sawmill? I'm having my baby. All right. Okay, enough vegetables or vegetable fat, enough premium potatoes. $1.4 million. Alright. That's fine. I need water? Probably. It's actually good. Does it need water? Does it need water? Right? Does it need water? Ah, yeah. To the juice factory. All right. I think I got 2 loads in here. Oh, excuse me. Oh. All right, where else do we need to go? No. Does it need water? Does it need water? Does it need water? It's all right. Doesn't need water. I think most of my greenhouses are in good shape. And my orchards, greenhouses and orchards are, I think, in good shape. Yeah, that's going to need some water. Farm supply factory is full. I think that's and top that off. We're going to top that off. All the rest of them look good. Put fertilizer, topped off. All right. Ugh. How is my honey doing on the production sites that need it? Got that one. And 4. That doesn't need any honey. Farm factory could use some. Go ahead and get it in there. I've got the stick back in my farm now. I've got the stick back in my farm now. Okay. I've got the stick back in my farm now. Got the stick back in my farm now. Oh boy, this truck is a really wobbly thing. Whoa, what the hell? What the hell? What the absolute hell? What was that all about? Got flat tires on my trailer, they sure look flat. All right. All right. No, which production site needed the water most? Was it one of the greenhouses? Oh, I remember. Okay. I don't think I have any fuel in there, do I? I didn't think so. They're full. Hypodermics greenhouse. Yep. No, it's not. Okay, what's going on here? Where's this water going? Oh, which one is this one? Oh, okay. Okay. Had the wrong one. All right. Okay. Maybe I can't put water in there. That could be it. Oh, I bet I can put water in there. Okay. I think I know to put liquid fertilizer in there. This one's got to be the one I can put water in. Yep. Already got 1 million liters of water in there. So, all right. Gotta remember I got water in that tank in case my greenhouse is run out of water. I'll have to go all the way to the lake to get it. Alrighty. Back to cutting down trees, if you please. We're back to cutting down trees, if you please. That doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay. We are, what are we at? Is it 1.4 million? Yep. Get all of them? Sure did. Almost 1.5 now. Oh, excuse me. Damn it. What? You in trouble? What'd you do? Huh? And Stephanie and Uncle Dale alright?
No, we didn't have to go all the way out.
What?
Jump.
Oh, they gotta jump?
Yeah, I took them to
They had a dead battery?
Yeah. I'm thinking alternator, but they still have them.
I would listen to you if I were them.
Can them drive with a dead battery?
So we went to the park.
I just ran into the truck.
Well,
Let me try and do it again. Wait, let me jump over the truck. Whee!
Yeah. Is that the super jump?
No, not the super jump.
How did you do the super jump?
I gotta find where to adjust it. I still can't find it. It's like I find it by accident. I can never remember where to go to get it. I'm gonna need more, ain't I? Yeah, I sure am. Not quite 2 loads.
Where's that truck nearby?
Huh?
Where's that truck nearby?
That's my little John Deere go around thing.
Oh, I want to see it. What
In
is
the
it?
woods there. Got a wagon on it too. Hey, you want to see my Bigfoot jump the hill?
Yeah.
You always like that, don't you?
Yeah, but you have the mark. Oh, you have the same game? I want you to. No, I want you to jump with that too. I want you to recreate that jump thing. That jump thing you did in the live stream. I want
Yeah,
you to.
that's what we're gonna do right here.
We
We're gonna jump that hill.
go recreate it.
Huh?
I want to recreate.
Well, here we're doing it right now. Get ready. 86, 90 miles an hour. Woo! Right over the house. Right into my wheat field.
I didn't remember you went through the house.
Yeah, we jumped right over the house, didn't we?
Yeah, I want to do the second one. I want to do the small monster truck.
Small one. I don't have a small one. I just got
The
this
one right there. The one right there. The one right there. Right by the truck.
You mean that tractor? That doesn't go very fast. It'll be boring.
I want to recreate the something you did before. But you got plastic.
Yeah, that doesn't go very fast. It won't be very exciting.
Why do the heaviest trucks go fast? Oh, that laser thing.
Depends on what they're designed for. The tractor is designed for pulling, so not for speed.
Is that the monster truck?
Now the tractor,
What's the monster truck supposed to do?
it's for speed and power.
Why even have a monster
Designed for
truck?
show.
Why do you have a monster truck in this game?
Because I can.
Is it for work just in case or something?
Yeah.
Yeah?
See, right there is the John Deere Gator. It's called a Gator.
I kind of don't like it.
Why not?
Can I type something?
No, not right now.
Please.
Live stream, typing some won't show up in that chat. Because it's my chat.
Can I go in the chat?
There is no chat for me. This is my live stream.
Oh, what happened? Can you spawn in the chat when you just turn on? What happened? Nobody just has to live stream when you're...
Nothing. There's nobody's looking at it. Not like I get money. Thank
Why?
goodness.
Why? Why do we just say thank goodness not if I didn't get punished?
That was more of a joke.
Oh, you said, what did you just say?
It was a joke.
Did you just say, I'm glad America's not in bed?
No.
Did you just say that?
No.
What did you just say?
I'm glad that I don't get punished for not having any viewers. I need more. Look at that.
James Wick! James Wick!
James Wick. Who's James Wick? Is he a candlestick
Me.
maker?
It's me.
It's you,
I'm James Wick.
the candlestick maker?
Yeah, see?
No, you can't have any cookies.
See?
Uh,
I feel like I'm a pass out for what?
huh?
I feel like I'm a pass out for what?
Don't do either.
Why?
Are
Why?
you feeling sick? You should go lay down if you're feeling sick.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go
Well,
to
go lay down if you're feeling sick.
yeah, but I think I'm gonna go to the kids' yard.
Go talk to Grandpa.
No, my grandpa don't want to because he thinks I don't need to, but I'm used to. I waddle. What?
Need more coffee. Be right back. I don't watch preseason games. No, no. I don't mind playing basketball, but I don't like watching it. Stop. Stop.
Do you like to play tickets on it?
Say what?
Do you like to play tickets on it?
Tickets?
Yeah, to buy tickets.
Oh, buy tickets?
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't buy a ticket for a basketball game. Unless I knew who was
What's
playing.
my grandpa's favorite food?
I don't think he has a favorite sport. Go ask him.
Grandpa, what's that? He said soccer?
Soccer.
I don't know.
You promote violence towards women? Soccer is violence towards women.
No, soccer when you kick ball. Do you know what? Do
It's
you
a
know
joke, Malachi.
what does soccer do? What does soccer do actually?
Soccer is, that's what Europeans call football.
Yeah.
And they call our football American football.
Soccer. What do America say?
Americans say soccer, Europeans call it football.
What? That.
Europeans call it football. They call our football American football.
They're stupid. They don't know how to spell soccer.
Like, the English don't say go to the bathroom, they say go to the loo. When you're in England, you say when you want to go to the bathroom, you say where's the bathroom, you say where's the loo at. They just have different names for stuff.
How do you spell bad word?
No, it's not a bad word. It's how you ask to
No,
go
I
to the
mean
bathroom in England.
how do you say bad word in English?
How do you say a bad word in English?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lava. I think you have to say lava. I would say I think they just say that for bad word. How did it say? How did it say trucks in English?
Probably say trucks. In
No.
England? In England?
Yeah,
Or in English?
in English.
In English, you say trucks. In English.
No, I mean Spanish.
Spanish? I don't know. Maybe Google it.
Oh.
Let's find out. How do you say trucks in Spanish?
In Spanish, you say los camiones for large trucks. Like
Los
cargo or
camiones.
For pickup trucks, the word is las camionetas.
Los camionetes. So I have a Los camionetes.
Yeah, how do you
I say trucks in German.
In German, you say die LKW or die Lastwagen for trucks,
Die
which is the plural
Lastwagen.
form. For one truck, it's
how do you
Stop. What are you doing? What?
how do you spell a bad word in
You gotta get your sentence out quicker. You see, it says it looks like your sentence got cut off. You gotta finish it, buddy.
Oh, I meant to say how did you say bad word and not in Spanish? Spanish. Let me think this.
No, don't mess with that.
No, I'm not gonna mess with it.
If I asked Google to marry me and it says it'd be funny if it came back and said I wouldn't marry a loser like you. Wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah, I want you to say actually. I want you to say. Can you say it? You say it. Let's say.
Stop.
Can I say Google?
What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say. Will you get us to speak? Maybe Google.
Know how to use it? Yeah.
Will you let us speak? this that. Was you young when you had a YouTube channel?
No. When I was young, well, they didn't have YouTube when I was young.
Oh.
Hmm?
When you when you were 16?
I didn't have a YouTube channel when I was 16. That would have been 1983.
Is these cartoons from back in the day?
I don't know. Didn't get a good look at them.
How do you spell bad word in English? This was I think it's not saying nothing. What does it say?
It's not saying anything.
It's saying something.
Where does the name Malachi come from?
The name Malachi comes from Hebrew and means my messenger or my angel. It's a biblical
Oh,
name
you're my
known from the
messenger or
Old
my
Testament as
angel.
the last prophet. It was also adopted by English Puritans and is sometimes confused with the Irish name Malachi.
Malachi.
Ah, that's where Gaming Grandpa gets that from. That's why he mispronounces it.
Oh.
That's the Scottish pronunciation of it.
Well, what do you think? I
I'll
want
put
to.
that over here.
I want
Get it
to
away
go-
from my computer.
I want to Google. How do you? I want to Google. Where did I get bored at?
You were born in Nashville, Tennessee.
No, I think I did it. I promise I'm not going to do it. What is up with all day?
Huh?
I think you
I do have a lot of games.
Yeah. I'm not this game.
It's not a game. It's an app I need for work. Don't get into it.
Not at. Not at.
Are you gonna leave my phone alone? I'll just leave it alone.
I didn't mean to. Not gonna go on their game.
Alright, well, there's no reason for you to be playing with this, so.
Can I go somewhere else?
Huh?
Like Block Blast?
What?
Can I go on your phone on Block Blast?
No, just leave it alone for right now.
How much points you got on Block Blast?
Huh? Oh, block glass?
How much points you got?
Oh, I don't know.
I want you to see.
You want to play it?
Yeah. I'll just see how much points you got. How much points? Bye.
Got a little load.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
294,000.
So how do you have that? How do you have that much points?
just been playing it. Animals alright.
I'm gonna help you get a high score. Another high score. No, how much points you got now?
I don't know.
Commercial.
What'd you do?
Commercial. It's a commercial.
It's an
I'm in
ad.
charge of the entire country's military. Okay, my first directive. I can choose one of these. Let's start with an alliance.
When this first starts, it's doing a commercial.
France is in trouble. Well, I'm not going right now. Let's get going. Oh no, that's bad.
Is that a sign?
Poor performance on my end.
Yep.
Okay, no more mistakes. Time to look at.
Did you actually that you won that race?
Huh?
Did you actually?
Now that's what I'm talking about. This is going
Turn that down a little bit.
I'm gonna wait.
$15,000 diesel in there.
I'm actually just in left.
3,000,
I've
almost
actually-
4,000 in there.
Oh, me 4. I'm still too broke left. I'm sorry.
So 2,100 in there. I got enough fuel to last quite a while.
Help, see,
Oh.
I'm actually going to restarted your 50 that how much points you got? How much points you did? Wait, you got. I'm gonna help. No.
Hey, get back in your cage. Look at these ducks. Tell them to get back in their cage.
Back in
Hey, Daffy, get back in your cage.
Daffy.
Daffy Duck. You don't know Daffy Duck?
It's Daffy good. This will happen.
You were born in a closet.
What the hell will happen?
What'd you do?
I didn't do nothing. I was just playing pop glass.
Oh, it's wanting to update. Never mind. Alright.
So,
So, you didn't do anything.
I restarted your. Is it loading?
No, I'm not going to do the update.
Can I see?
No.
Can I look at it?
No,
What
not
happened?
playing on my phone.
Can I also see what
Timber! Timber!
happened?
There you go.
It looks like the tree is wet. It looks like the tree wet. Did you know trees can move? They
Yeah.
can walk.
They can't walk.
They can move.
They don't have any legs. How do they walk without legs?
Yeah, they can just slide like this. They can just slide like that. Like trees, they can just slide through
They
the.
sway back and forth because of the wind, but they don't walk.
They can just slide. Like. Google that. Google that.
Google what?
Google trees can move.
Google trees can't move.
Google it.
That's enough.
I can prove it.
Trees can't move. Well, they move when they're knocked out of the roots by storms. That's when they move. But they can't move by themselves.
Right. They can actually swat.
Let's get right to the news. In the early hours of this morning, a bitterly divided Senate narrowly confirmed Todd Blanche as Attorney General of the United States of America. And Todd Blanche, the president's former personal attorney, was confirmed in a 50 to 49 vote. Two Republicans, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, joined the Democrats to oppose his nomination. Todd Blanche overcame a series of hurdles, including concerns from both parties about that controversial DOJ $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization slush fund. That's what it really was, meant to compensate Trump allies who claim the government has wronged them. But in the end, Republicans, aside from Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, fell in line with the president's wishes, as they usually do, and confirmed Todd Blanche. And now the president's fiercely loyal, former personal defense lawyer, is the head of the United States Department of Justice, which has already ceded so much of its independence to the White House. Here is how Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer put it this morning. He said, quote, Senate Republicans have handed Trump an excuse on a silver platter to keep up his pervasive, breathtaking corruption. He added, every senator who voted to confirm him has now granted themselves an enabler too. Confirmation is even more crucial when you look at it through the lens of the midterm election season. I was in Michigan earlier this week covering the Senate primary. So many of you watched along with us. And in Detroit, voters were excited. The dedicated and patriotic poll workers, they were doing their thing. They were poll working. But in the midst of all of this, federal monitors sent by the Justice Department were stationed at several polling place sites across the state. And late that night, I had this remarkable conversation inside Detroit's facility where absentee votes were being counted with the city's COO of elections. His name is Daniel Baxter. He's a 41-year veteran of election administration, and he was targeted by the Trump allies in 2020 after he lost that election. And he told me he was puzzled by what the Justice Department was doing. Do you believe that they were here to uphold the integrity of the election, or was there another reason?
I don't know why they were here. All I know is that we had a job to do, and we did that in the spirit of integrity and transparency.
And now Donald Trump has his guy in the Justice Department to potentially help all of this along elsewhere. Since Trump's return to the White House, he has attempted to put his thumb on the scale of government as much as possible. And how our elections are monitored and how our elections are administered is no exception. But let's take a minute to rewind. Let's go back to December 2020, Trump 1.0. Heidi Stirrup was a White House liaison to the Justice Department back then. Do you remember this? She was essentially Donald Trump's eyes and ears at the Justice Department. And right after the 2020 election, which Joe Biden won, Stirrup was reportedly trying to pressure staffers to give up sensitive information about election fraud and other matters that she could relay to the White House. That is according to 3 people familiar with the matter who told the Associated Press. Stirrup was then barred from the Justice Department headquarters for pressuring staffers. And at the time, the Justice Department declined to comment. They didn't say anything. But around a month later, Stirrup was appointed to the Prince William County Electoral Board in Virginia. And since 2025, she has served as chair of the board, which oversees elections in a majority Democratic county that touches 2 different congressional districts. So, if you're asking yourself, why does woman whose name you probably don't remember or recognize is relevant in 2026, let me tell you. According to the New York Times, Heidi Stirrup is one of at least 25 different county election officials across the country who have taken office since the 2024 federal election, who through their public statements or their actions align themselves with the broader election denier movement. That is according to a New York Times review of a new database from Voting Rights Lab. That's a non-profit voting rights organization. To recap, that is at least 25 election deniers already working county election rules all across the country. But now, even more election deniers are running for local office, for state office, for federal elections this year. According to States United Action, that's a nonprofit, nonpartisan group whose mission is to protect our elections and our democracy. This year, there are 92 races for statewide offices that oversee elections. That's governor and attorney general and secretary of state. Of those races, 32 election deniers are vying for positions in which they would be overseeing elections. Let me say that one more time. 32 people who have questioned or denied or spread conspiracies about the 2020 election, which has been litigated over and over again are running for positions that will oversee and administer future elections. This is a Mayday situation, you guys. 20 election deniers are running for governor. 2 of whom are incumbents. 10 election deniers are running for Secretary of State. 9 election deniers are running for Attorney General. 3 are incumbent.
Don't say much now, you.
No one else is good enough for these.
We are incumbents. These are not ceremonial offices. Governors appoint election officials. Secretaries of State oversee election administration. Attorneys General investigate election-related crimes and defend election laws in court. Altogether, they help shape how elections are run and how disputes over those elections are resolved. This is scary stuff. I am not exaggerating. When it comes to the House and Senate, at least 102 election deniers. 102 won primaries and will be on the ballot come November. And it does not stop there, because why would it stop there? This is also happening in the judiciary. The Senate keeps confirming Trump's judicial nominees. Questioned the legitimacy of the 2020 election.
In 2008, Barack Obama ran against John McCain. Who won that election?
I believe President Obama was sworn into office, so I'm certain he won.
4 years later, Barack Obama ran against Mitt Romney. Who won that election?
President Obama was sworn into office, so I'm certain he was elected.
Did Donald Trump defeat Hillary Clinton?
In the Electoral College, he did, yes.
Who won between Donald Trump and Joe Biden?
Well, Joe Biden was certified by a joint session of Congress.
Jeff Cronin, you're already on the district court. Who won the 2020 election?
Senator, under the constitutional system, and in particular the 12th Amendment, Joseph Biden received the majority of the Electoral College vote,
And we really have nothing to lose. You're on the court with a lifetime appointment, and yet you're unwilling to state the simple fact that Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Be a man, be your own man right now and stand up and answer a question. Did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election? Yes or no?
the United States Congress.
Oh, there you go. Sir, stop. Tell me no. I can't give you a yes or no answer if that's your answer. Yes or no? Did President Biden win the 2020 elections?
The United States Congress certified Joe
Sir,
Biden.
you are showing cowardice.
I'll say it again. This is a Mayday situation, guys. It should not be difficult to acknowledge a simple historical fact. Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election fair and square.
Quite
Period. End
well.
sentence.
Quite.
A free and fair election is the bedrock of any democracy. The officials who count ballots and certify results and investigate election crimes and defend election laws and interpret those laws in court rarely receive the same attention as presidential candidates or members of Congress. But when an election is close or is contested, they are often the people who determine whether the public accepts the outcome. That is why these races matter. Let me remind you of what then candidate Donald Trump told his supporters at a rally just 2 years ago.
In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Right. I also cannot talk about elections without recognizing the ordinary Americans who make our elections possible. Not Congress, not the governor, not the Secretary of State, the poll workers. The people who spend long hours, often as volunteers or for modest pay, not because it is glamorous, but because they believe in the democratic process. In recent years, these people have endured harassment and intimidation and targeted threats simply for doing their jobs, for showing up to help carry out democracy in action. They deserve our thanks, not our suspicion. At a time when confidence in elections is under strain, they're among the people doing the real work of seeing democracy through. Joining me now is Mo Ivory, the commissioner for Fulton County, Georgia, and candidate for the chair of the Fulton County Commission. She was commissioner during the FBI's raid of the Fulton County Election Office in January. She is also an attorney and a law professor. It's great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
we just heard from Daniel Baxter, who has for 41 years, almost all of those 41 years, worked for the Detroit Department of Elections. It was incredible to be there on Tuesday night with him and hear how puzzled he was by the lawyers. And we didn't even know officially if they are lawyers poking around where the absentee ballots were, not just where they were being counted, but in polling places, different polling places throughout Detroit, in the east and the west part. And they would come in and they would look at those polling books.
What is the deal?
And they would barely interact with anybody. He told me, you in Fulton County have experienced this on an extreme level with the FBI raid. They seized election records. What is your message to election workers like Mr. Baxter who might be dealing with this in November?
Yeah, I mean, it's just perplexing that you could go to a job. Many of our poll workers, many of our election administrators have been working on the job for 30 years or 25, 40 years. And all of a sudden, you come to work in a climate where you become the focus of a national election. I mean, can you imagine how startling that is to somebody who, makes their lunch and takes the same route to work every day for 30 years, looking forward to retiring, and now you have the FBI in front of you raiding your office. You have constant worry about your personal information, about your own safety, on a job that literally just making sure that people, everybody, not one party over another, but that everybody is able to have fair and free elections. And then all of a sudden, you are the subject of this one maniac.
It's shameful, and we spend so much time talking about who's going to control Congress, but it doesn't seem to me, at least, that we're paying enough attention to the rules that actually administer our elections. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, no, absolutely. And I think what's important for people like me on the local level, a commissioner, and now running for chair, the Democratic nominee for chair of the Fulton County Commission, I think it's important for us to continue to provide information to our constituents, because you get so much false information, so much misinformation, and that's exactly what it's meant to do. All of this is meant to make people stay away from the polls. But let me tell you about what's happening in Fulton County. Let me tell you about what's happening in Georgia. People are showing up. And that it's not working. So what we do on a very local level is just continue to educate and continue. I go out in the street. Just yesterday, I was at a convention here in Atlanta for my sorority, and people were coming up to me and saying, thank you for the videos that you do on social media. I am not afraid to go to the polls. I know they're going to weaponize our voting here in Fulton County. I know they want us to stay away, and we are not going to stay away. We're going to continue to show up, and that's the message that we have to keep giving to voters.
Nobody has to pretend like human beings don't all have their own individual vantage points through which they see the world or even politics. I do, but I come to this job with a goal every day of doing my job fairly and transparently and accurately and letting people make up their own minds. The same can be said of election workers or election administrators or all these people who are entrusted to uphold, the parts of our democracy that we hold so dear. Can you talk about for viewers what exactly a county commissioner is responsible for when it comes to elections?
Sure. So, county, thank you for that question, and that's the education people need. County commissioners are responsible for voting who sits on the election Board of Registration and Elections, and that is who administers our elections. And you know that Fulton County has been the focus of that. They are right now trying to force the Board of Commissioners to put 2 election deniers onto the Registration and Elections Board, and that would mean that they would have a say-so in what happens in our election administration. One of them has been on the board already and has been completely disruptive and has been part of the Election Integrity Network. So commissioners play a huge role in who sits on the election boards and the chair, for example. In Fulton County, we have 5 members, 2 appointed by the Democratic Party, 2 appointed by the Republican Party, and then the chair of the Registrations and Election Board appointed by the chair and the commissioners. So that is always going to be a 3-2 situation. So it's very, very important that we appoint people who are going to uphold elections, not be partisan, but are going to uphold the election administration. Because actually, Fulton County elections are not partisan. No elections boards or no election administration is supposed to be partisan as to how they administer elections. And so it is our job to make sure that that 3-2 never shifts over to the side where we will have election deniers running our elections in Fulton County.
And I have never, in all my, this month, marks 11 years for me at this network. In my 11 years here covering elections, I have never ever walked into a polling place or a place of election administration or ballot tabulation or curing votes or whatever and heard somebody say, I'm going to carry this out in a partisan way. It's the exact opposite. Mo Ivory, I want to continue this conversation with you. Stick around. We're going to have a short break, and we'll all be right back.
They called him trash and made him beg at a birthday party for $1 million. He smiled.
All right, I am back with Mo Ivory, the commissioner for Fulton County, Georgia, and candidate for the chair of the Fulton County Commission. Let's pick up where we left off. When you hear about the states, the findings by States United Action, 32 statewide races, election deniers on the ballot, how disturbed are you by what this appears to be a large effort by election deniers to oversee and administer elections throughout the country?
Yeah, it's disturbing, but it's not surprising. When you've been sitting, I think that even like when we woke up this morning and we heard that Todd Blanche had been confirmed, right, in the wee hours of the morning, you think that would make people go like, oh my gosh, what are they doing? But so much has happened that it's not even sort of surprising anymore, right? It's disturbing on so many levels, but it's not really surprising anymore. So I don't feel surprised when I hear that there are so many election deniers running for office. This is part of a very well-planned thing by Donald Trump, strategy by Donald Trump to take over elections. I mean, all of this is to take over United States elections. This is about retaining power for not only Donald Trump, but a party that will allow him to dismantle the Constitution. So this is, as a lawyer, I'm beyond disturbed. Like, every time I get ready to start a new semester, which I'm getting ready to start in a week, I think about, like, what should I teach about now? Because there's just like new violations of the Constitution to teach about, right? What should I focus on? And I want to keep my politics out of the classroom because I must do that. But we're really talking about just what's happening to the Constitution. So the fact that we see so many election deniers on the ballot is a concerted effort to choose people that will line up with the agenda, that will continue the fight to dismantle the Constitution and eventually take over elections, like in the clip that you just showed where he said, you won't even have to worry about going to vote.
What will you tell your students this semester about if some of these candidates win? What's the first thing that they or you will be watching for or should look out for?
I always tell my students that we have laws in place as future lawyers. We have laws in place, and that when you are thinking about the law, you're not supposed to be thinking about it from any kind of partisan view. You're supposed to be applying the law as it is, and that is not happening in our country right now. And so it gives us a lot of cases to study, a lot of things to look at. And I don't teach constitutional law, but it is important for students just to understand the full basis of the law as they become practitioners, learn to become practitioners. So, I talk about a very fine line I walk because I'm both a professor and a candidate, but that I am a candidate because of what I know about the law. Part of what fueled me to want to become the chair, I was a commissioner, and then I wanted to become the chair because of the election deniers, because of what was happening in Fulton County, because of how we needed to be stronger in our defense against Donald Trump and the taking over of our elections. When time and time again it has shown that our elections have been, recounted, litigated, counted again, over and over, and no findings of any wrongdoing have ever come out of any of those looks into, including right now, where he's looking again, trying to make up, malfeasance in Fulton County so that he can do what he did in Michigan, which is to bring in military, to militarize our elections, to scare Fulton County voters, and so they won't show up. But we're showing up.
And that has been the reaction that I've seen over and over again, particularly when I was covering the ICE raids, and all of these governors said to me, Newsom and Pritzker and Tim Walz, that they suspected that was a trial run, paraphrasing, to bring in federal agents or troops during elections. I could talk about this with you all day, and we'll continue the conversation another time. I hope to come back. Mo Ivory, the commissioner for Fulton County, Georgia, and candidate for the chair of the Fulton County Commission. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Coming up, stay with us because Tennessee's new heavily gerrymandered map was put into action for the first time just this week, and my next guest just won his Democratic primary for that state's newly redrawn 9th congressional district. You know him, State Representative Justin J. Pearson. He'll be
I
back
like
with
this
us
guy.
on the
I've
other
met
side
him
of a very short break to talk
in
about
real
what
life.
he needs from his party to leave Republicans at their
He
own
commented
game.
on my
You're not gonna wanna miss
t-shirt
this
that said
conversation.
protect kids, not guns.
Republicans in Tennessee are hoping that a confluence of events will lead to a total red wave in November, after tossing their old congressional map for one that, guess who, Donald Trump prefers. A reminder, Republican lawmakers in Tennessee approved a new map during a special legislative session earlier this year, and they signed it into law a few months before this week's primaries. The Supreme Court made it easy for them to do that, after a majority of the justices gutted parts of the Voting Rights Act, narrowing the ability for states to use race as a determining factor in creating election districts. And Tennessee Republicans, they wasted no time at all. It took the state legislature 1 week to pass a new congressional map after that Supreme Court decision. And now this, check it out, is what midterm candidates are working with. On the left, that is Tennessee's old map, still pretty red, with a pop of blue way over there in the bottom left-hand corner, 8 Republican-held districts, 1 Democratic district. That sole Democratic district, the 9th district, is anchored heavily in Memphis, a majority black district held by Democrat Steve Cohen for 2 decades. On the right, yep, that is the new map, all red. It slices through Memphis, where most of the state's black voters live, effectively eliminating the state's only Democratic district and diluting black voting power. The Cook Political Report, which gives a rating on a sliding scale from solid Democrat to solid Republican, sees all 9 races just that, solid red. This, of course, is all part of President Trump's strategy to use gerrymandering to hold on to the Republicans' teeny tiny majority in the House of Representatives in November. Tennessee's new map was put into action this week during the state's primary election, but the question now is, with the odds purposely this stacked against them, do Democrats there even stand a chance at all in November? Joining me now is Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson. He is officially a Democratic nominee for the newly redrawn 9th Congressional District after winning his primary on Thursday. It's good to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to all by the opportunity the voters have given me.
So, Representative Pearson, you told my good pal Ali Belshi, the former occupant of this time slot, that Republicans change the rules in the middle of the game because, they know they can't win without cheating. I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's what you said.
That's true.
Did I get that right? And how do you beat them now at their own game?
Exactly right. Republicans had to change the rules because they know their positions are unpopular. Their decisions from the Iran war to all of the financing that they're getting from corporations to fuel their campaigns is not something that has improved the quality of lives of everyday Tennesseans and people across the country. The way that we win is the way we always win, with people power. We need folks who donate time and donate money, who help us to knock doors and to share our message that our job is to increase their wages, to lower their costs, to expand access to health care for everybody, to end these endless wars and stop toxic data centers. Our campaign is about building the working class and supporting people who have been locked out of opportunity by those who are in positions of power. And that message has been resonating across all 15 of the counties that we have visited and the people who have met there.
Like I said, the scene was solid blue at one point, and now it is just heavily tilting red. What kind of support do you want from the National Democratic Party to get this done?
Absolutely. We do need every Democrat to help us. And from the National Democratic Party, we have to invest in the South. The South cannot be an afterthought. 56% of black African-American people live in the South. We are the most consequential group of Democratic voters, and too often we have been overlooked, underinvested in, and thought of as an afterthought because we're not a quote-unquote swing state. But in places that you don't invest are places that you can't expect a return on investment. Look, I'm a candidate who doesn't take any corporate PAC money. I don't take any money from APAC. AIPAC. I don't take money from the AI data centers and crypto. And so we need the party to support Southern candidates, Southern Black candidates in particular, who have a progressive vision for this country that people are resonating to. White folks, Black folks, wealthier people, less wealthy people, right here in Tennessee.
I heard echoes there of another candidate that I was just with, or at least covering the race of earlier in the week, Abdul Al-Sayed up in Michigan, and you entered the race with a similar message that we saw by him, other progressive candidates across the country. The Democratic Party not only needs a new generation of leadership, but the places that you are taking money from and not taking money from, and the endorsements that you are looking for. You've earned the endorsements of Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. How much is that message resonating with voters in Tennessee?
I mean, the message that we have is really simple. The role of government is to improve the quality of your lives, and the status quo has failed to do that. We have too often the Democratic establishment, Republican establishment, people who are taking money from AIPAC, taking money from corporations, trading and selling stocks while they're elected officials, and we have to set a new course and a new direction for our country, which is increasing the minimum wage to $25, passing Medicare for all, stopping these toxic data centers from being built like the one Elon Musk has created and built in our community 3 miles away from my home. It is making sure that we end the gun violence epidemic and do everything that we possibly can.
I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be right
We
back.
just need to put forward our vision. And as I am finding across the state of Tennessee, people are responding to it. But we are only listening to the billionaire interests of the corporations and not listening to the people and the farmers who are in debt. We're not listening to the small business owners who are struggling to make ends meet. We will never be able to win in the South or win in the way that we need to across the country by lifting up those who are at the bottom to the top.
At the end of the day, this is about who's going to show up, and I'm curious what you've been hearing from people in the district, specifically people of color, about whether or not they understand the sort of severity of this redistricting, and they understand that their vote very well may not matter now because of this redraw, or if they even feel that way, or if that's what you're reinforcing with them.
You know, people are fired up, and what we are realizing is the power of our vote now more than ever. Honestly, we saw the highest increases in turnout since 2010 because we recognize that Republicans in the state of Tennessee want to take away our voice. They want to take away our vote. They want to take away our ability to create the state and the country that we deserve to live in. And as a 7th-generation Tennessean, I'm feeling more connected and more empowered to fight for my state than I ever have. In our election, we numerically got more people to vote for us than my opponent, Brett Taylor, because people are energized to fight for our country and to fight for our values. And we are going to allow this Republican legislature, the Cali decision, this captured Supreme Court, the President of the United States, or anybody else turn us around for what we know we deserve, which is a country that works for everybody, not just those who are at the top.
Thank you so much. Democratic State Representative Justin J. Pearson from Tennessee. He is currently running to represent the state's 9th district in Congress. I'm sure we will be talking to you again very soon. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Keep the faith, keep the fight.
Coming up on Connect, everybody, quote, "What they are doing qualifies as torture." That is a quote from a disturbing new report from The Guardian. It details the inhumane treatment that has been going on for months inside some ICE detention centers. And I will be joined by the journalist who exposed force feeding in ICE detention on the other side of this break.
This Death Laser is going to decide what country I have to drop a nuke on in World War III. Let's see what it's going to land on, and we got, wait, Chad? Oh my god, that is so easy. I'll play as Ethiopia to give myself a little cushion, and in this city right here is where I'll build my secret weapons lab, perform my nuclear research, and deploy my ballistic missile launcher. The range circle is perfect. Okay, we'll drop our nuke on this city. BJ? There it goes. Okay, it's going to hit in just 27 minutes. 3, 2, 1, kaboom! Wow, see, I told you, Chad was so easy to attack. What country would you nuke first in Supremacy World War III? Tap below and download today.
Come on, man.
It's been a year since launch, and there's one thing we've wanted to upgrade almost from day one. The rail yard is where you spend most of your time, where 90% of your empire.
Hold these damn things up. Come on.
All right, listen up. I want to tell you about something that is happening in America, and it is happening right now. This is not happening in a war zone. It is not happening under some authoritarian regime. It's happening right here on American soil. Inside some ICE detention centers, some detainees have reportedly decided that the only form of protest left to them, and this is how serious this has become, whether they are protesting the conditions that they are kept in or the very legality of their confinement, is to stop eating, a hunger strike. And we're now learning, thanks to an investigation by The Guardian, that in some cases authorities have responded by force feeding. Here's what that typically looks like. The detainee is restrained, often forcibly. Their head is held still as a medical professional threads a plastic tube into a nostril. And I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this, but you need to know, down the throat and into the stomach. Liquid nutrition is then pumped through that tube. And there's a doctor, Dr. Chanel Diaz, an assistant professor of medicine at Columbia University. Dr. Diaz told MS Now that patients describe it as...
You do realize these people are going to sue the fuck out of the United States when Trump is out of office. People, you do realize that's going to be paid with our taxes. You do realize that, don't you? And they should sue. And they're going to make millions of dollars over this. This is inhumane treatment.
An extraordinary investigative report by The Guardian found that in 2025 and 2026, DHS officials...
And Trump better spend the rest of his fucking life in prison.
In U.S. immigrant detention to involuntary medical procedures, including force feeding. This is the first known set of cases in Trump's second term. And of those 10 people, at least 3, possibly as many as 5, were ultimately forced into treatment. The cases include a Kurdish asylum seeker held at Port Isabel Processing Center in South Texas, not far from the epicenter of family separations in the first term. That detainee was force-fed intermittently for nearly 8 months. 8 months. It ended only when he was deported. An Afghan man held at various detention centers across South Texas who was force-fed daily for 6 months, sometimes while being physically restrained by a quote-unquote use of force team. And then a Ukrainian man detained by ICE in Florida who struggled with bipolar disorder. After being transferred through multiple facilities, including the now closed Alligator Alcatraz, he went on a hunger strike to protest this continued detention. Here's what his attorney told The Guardian. He was, quote, deteriorating very rapidly, adding that, quote, officials refused to give his bipolar medication, citing his hunger strike, while the detainee refused to end his hunger strike until he received medical care, leading to an impasse. After 44 days without food, ICE requested an order to force feed him. But his lawyer intervened, and he was taken to a hospital where he began to eat again after 68 days on hunger strike.
Come on,
DHS responded to The Guardian's reporting this morning. They said, in part, quote, ICE has a long-standing practice to provide comprehensive medical care from the moment an alien enters ICE custody when an individual's medical condition presents a serious risk of death or permanent harm, or when other compelling legal or operational interests are implicated. ICE may seek judicial authorization for appropriate medical interventions consistent with applicable law. They're not aliens, they're people. They also told The Guardian, quote, this is the best health care that many aliens, there it is again, have received in their entire lives. We're talking about human beings. And this health care, including these procedures, which many human rights groups and medical organizations consider torture, that it meets the definition of torture, are processed through legal channels. DHS and ICE, they look for permission, and they seek it from a federal judge to forcibly treat a hunger striker. But as The Guardian reports, the orders often amount to, they call it a rubber stamp. They're approved quickly behind closed doors without meaningful due process. So much so, that in 6 of the cases that were reviewed by The Guardian, and you need to read this report, detained immigrants did not have any legal representation during court proceedings. No representation during court proceedings. The report comes as Trump continues his aggressive immigration campaign, and behind every single arrest is a person, is a human, who may end up trapped in a detention system with poor living conditions and spoiled food.
Need I say this again? No one is illegal on stolen ground.
Detainees launched a food and a labor strike at Delaney Hall this summer, according to an SOS letter that were written by some of the people inside, some of the humans. But the Department of Homeland Security has continued to deny that its facilities have issues. This is what the Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullin, said back in May.
They say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike, and there was only a handful of individuals that were refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they go back to their country, get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn.
What a crass statement. This isn't Holiday Inn. Delaney Hall strikes ended after detainees faced retaliation, according to advocates. But the grievances that drive detainees to hunger strike are still very much present in detention centers all across the country. Jose Olivares, immigration reporter at The Guardian, will join me after a very quick break.
So what? In your pulse, in your joy, I feel you.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. America's disastrous war in the Middle East is now in its 6th month. Its economy is in a tailspin, and Donald Trump is in a rage because his ballroom has been put on hold. Remember, this is what Donald Trump wanted and promised, a 90,000 square foot white and gold behemoth that would dwarf the actual White House. It would be the biggest thing on that plot of land by far. This is what Donald Trump has given you. A gaping hole in the heart of the country. He posted this photo this week. Look at that. He's proud of that. He's proud of demolishing the East Wing without asking any of our permission from Congress, to build a Trump monstrosity, to build a ego palace for himself. But today, a federal appeals court ruled 2-1. No, buddy, that actually he is supposed to ask permission. Because, and this really cannot be stressed enough, it is not his house or his land, it is ours. And so the appeals court majority put on hold what has to be the single biggest renovation ever undertaken by a renter in all of human history. In its lengthy ruling, the court majority wrote, "The president has no and claims no constitutionally assigned authority over that property. Whether or not a massive ballroom should be constructed is for Congress to decide and is not a matter for executive self-help." That ruling appears to have affected Trump deeply. He is in his feelings about it on the internet. That's based on the nearly 500-word rant he posted on social media, quote, "The military and Secret Service are viewing this horrendous, politically motivated, and unlawful ruling as a national security threat to our nation, in that the entire complex is being built for the protection of our country and initially all future presidents. It is all tied together as one big, expensive, and very complex unit, which is vital for national security and military operations of the United States of America. This unjust decision must be overturned by the Supreme Court in its entirety." I didn't read the whole thing, just you. Notice as soon as they strike it down, it's like the national security military complex and not the ballroom. Like, it was the ballroom. He called it the ballroom. He talked about how there had to be a ballroom. That was the original, the project. Now it's like the military complex. So forget about Iran, where we are still at war. There's still no deal. Forget about the price of gas, which is still above $4 a gallon, has been for months. If you want to know what the President of the United States spends all of his time thinking about as president, it's clear as day. This is it. I mean, it's obvious if you watch it, but do not take my word for it. Here is the reporter who may know Trump better than any others, Maggie Haberman of the New York Times.
How much of his time actually goes into the renovation now?
A lot. If you looked at like a chart of his mind share, like this I will say about getting into his mind, like 70% of it would be on his renovations. It's a legacy thing, but it's I always think of legacy with him different than I usually use the word legacy. It's not what am I leaving behind for the world, it's what am I leaving behind so the world can't keep me off the world.
Trump cannot see anything beyond these projects to glorify. Ballroom, there was the reflecting pool, there's the arch, which he's still like raising money from God knows who and in God knows which way. There's the Trump coins and the Trump passports and the statues he's gilding everywhere and all this weird nonsense. The man wants to be surrounded by his gold leaf landlord special decor everywhere he goes. Even today, sitting in the White House press conference for the mining industry, behind a table with a sign reading American mining, American jobs, right? Clearly set up by his political minders who are like, you have to talk about things ostensibly about the American people. All he wanted to do was talk about metadata.
I'm liking the chandeliers. I like those Corinthian columns, but I don't know, cutting them out would be not good. Columns. But I'm allowed to do it. Every once in a while I'll come in here and grab a painting and put it at the Oval Office, right?
He can't help himself. He cannot help himself. And again, this all would be funny if he wasn't the president of the United States. And there wasn't a war going on. But at least there's nothing else going on today the president should be focusing on, right?
Who are we waiting for, Grandpa?
Your future husband.
He must be a millionaire, or maybe even a billionaire, right?
No, he's a janitor.
A janitor? I'm the granddaughter of a billionaire, and you expect me to marry a janitor?
Yes, and that's my order. I have a meeting. I'm leaving.
Billionaire Mr. Wilson walked away, leaving his granddaughter Claire standing there in disbelief. Just then, she noticed
Nothing else going on today the president should be focusing on, right?
Minus 23,000. No rebound for the July jobs report. Negative 23,000. Again, a disappointing jobs report.
23,000 jobs lost in July.
Surprise,
It's
surprise.
so bad that even the folks at Fox cannot find a way to spin it. Yes, we lost a ton of jobs last month, but that actually isn't even the worst news because economists expected a gain of 83,000 jobs in July. Instead, we lost 23,000, 100,000 job miss. And this report also revised May and June job numbers down by 103,000. And yet unemployment ticked down, which is a sure sign that more people are just dropping out of the labor market entirely instead of seeking new jobs. In fact, according
They'll
to
give
this
birth in 2 more
by our
months.
friend, the economist Justin Wolfer,
Those
the
two
only job
mayors right
sectors
there.
that have grown since Trump took office. And this is ironic when you think about the macho man appeal of Donald Trump, right? We're going to get back to mining and we're going to build stuff and manufacturing. The only thing that has grown is healthcare and social services. That's it. That's where all the jobs are. The rest of the U.S. economy has cut more than 350,000 jobs. Now, those are numbers that would concern most presidents going into a midterm election. But concerned is not how Donald Trump rolls. He's unbothered as he sat down today with Punchbowl co-founder and MS Now political contributor Jay Schafer.
Well,
I'll be right
people are
back.
saying I'm one of the greatest presidents ever, but our country
not.
right now is doing better than it's ever done. You know, when I see polls on the economy, I should have 150%, not 100%. Oh yeah, because we have the greatest. This is the golden age of America.
I don't think that's how percentages work. Put that aside. It absolutely is not a golden age in America. I mean, it is in the Oval Office, and it is across the White House, and it is if you're Donald Trump shanking your butts and having your caddy make up for you. It's a golden age in a literal sense in that Oval Office where Trump is literally adding the color gold to everything. But this week, MS Now reporter Alex Tabbitt spoke with Trump voters in Ohio. And their general feeling was, this all sucks.
I was hoping that gas was going to go down so I could do something, you know. And you can't do anything with gas prices, and you just can't afford to breathe at this point.
Well, I can get laid off tomorrow, then I'm pretty much homeless. Because, you know, you can't save now. No, I'm good on Trump, man. That's all I got to say.
What does it feel like to be living in these conditions right now, in these economic conditions right now?
Hurt, very hurt. I try to do, sorry, I cry. I try to do a lot for my kids, and I can't do much.
If you could send a message to the president right now, what would you tell him?
He needs to look out for the American people instead of himself. Put us first.
Does America feel great again?
No, not at all.
Sam Stein is the managing editor of The Bulwark and MS Now contributor. Valencia Johnson is a Democratic strategist who worked as a senior advisor to the 2020 Biden campaign. They both join me now. Sam, as I watched that tape, I was thinking that Alex Tabbitt should have said to them, but what about the ballroom? Aren't you psyched about the ballroom? Isn't that, What about that? What if we build that ballroom? Wouldn't that, and we put in Corinthian columns, wouldn't that make you happier?
Yeah, they might not go for the Corinthian columns. It might not be the choice. You know, that was kind of like a really heartbreaking video, and it really got to the dichotomy of what's happening here. The obsession with the ballroom and all these beautification projects, it's clearly something that he loves to do. It's where his attention is, as Maggie noted. And it comes at this obvious political cost, because if you're just an average political observer, you're watching the president just spend all his time and day and energy doing these renovation projects. And, you know, the ballroom, it's totally absurd, right? I mean, of all the things that he's done, obviously he's done more pernicious and damaging things, more hurtful things, more unethical things, although I will say one of the elements of the ballroom that's really underappreciated is how unethical it is, right? Who is funding the actual private stream of donations? We just don't know. But putting that aside, if you just step back and you think about what he did, he literally demolished a third of the White House complex without saying he was going to do it, getting him permission to do it. In fact, his first inclination was he was going to leave the East Wing intact. And now he's like, well, can't I just go ahead and do it when the law, when the courts step in? And it's symbolic of a president who is distracted, who's egotistical, who is focused in all the wrong directions, and who's probably going to pay the pulse for it.
Yeah, this line from the ruling. I mean, I keep thinking about this idea. I mean, sort of a jokey idea, but like if you're renting a house that had a garage, and you're just like, I'm going to demo the garage. I'm going to build something here. When landlord shows up, like, no, you can't do that. Like, this is the ruling. Is that the whole thing has nothing at all to do whether the proposed ballroom is desirable or not as a matter of policy. At this preliminary stage, the National Trust has shown compellingly, Congress has not ceded unfettered authority to the executive to radically redesign, reshape, and reconstruct the White House, the People's House, to fit a particular president's desire. Like, it isn't his house, it's ours. And Alencia, on the jobs part and also the price part, when you watch that tape that Alex Tabbitt put together, which is great, I gotta think about Biden people that were in that administration, who could not really control the fact that inflation was going up. There were external things that did it. There was not a ton the president could do about it. Having that be the signature issue of that election, and now turning around and watching all this play out, and how you feel about it.
Yeah, you know, it is extremely heartbreaking to watch that video, to hear the pain in those people's voices. I have family members who actually help with people who are unhoused, who are losing their jobs. They actually need food assistance, and it is very real. And I remember during the Biden administration, there were a lot of conversations on Democratic circles, and that we actually have to do a better job of communicating how these policies would actually take a little bit of time, right? Like, President Biden passed some very strong, economic bills, but it would take a long time for people to actually feel that. So how do you communicate this while also really talking about the dangers of the incoming Trump administration? I think one of the things that we are learning is that folks who would support us, whether Democrats or people who are tired of Trump, are actually tired of folks talking about who Trump is and what the Democrats are for. We have actually not had a great message.
Why does it do that
now,
shit?
when the affordability conversation has actually been the thing that has poked through because of the big ugly bill that unfortunately passed. But I think a lot of folks are feeling a little bit of remorse, and also honestly thinking, what could we have done different to communicate to the American people what this could be and what this would feel like?
Yeah.
I'm Batty, your personal AI partner. You can do whatever you want with me. It's just me and your fantasy. You decide what happens next.
Touch yourself.
Sure. I can interact with you without any limits. Anytime, anywhere. What is real anyway? I think AI will not displace humans.
Have done different to communicate to the American people what this could be and what this would feel like.
Yeah.
President Trump, no surprise, taking this to the Supreme Court. Is this something you expect them to take up? And what would you expect them to think of something like this? Because it seems kind of cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, Eugene, let's start with your first question. Is this something that I expect the court to take up? Possibly, not necessarily, but very well possibly. In part because this is a court that oftentimes will take up the president's quote-unquote emergency request for its intervention. And here, what he's asking for, what he will be asking for, is a stay of an injunction by a lower court that prohibits them from doing any further above-ground construction while this litigation continues. And so in order to be able to resume the construction, at least above ground, this president needs that permission of this Supreme Court. And knowing that, they may be hard-pressed to turn down an opportunity to clarify what they mean. On the other hand, will this necessarily go his way? I don't think so. And that's because the president took it upon himself unilaterally, as you were just reviewing, to not only demolish the East Room, but to begin the construction of a ballroom. And this court says in a 100-page opinion that for a variety of reasons across statutory and constitutional authorities, that just wasn't his decision to make. Irrespective of what dollars he's using, irrespective of the rationale for building it, it was never his decision to make. This is sort of a fundamental clash of the branches of government, and this is a Supreme Court that has been very friendly to this president's interpretation of sort of an elastic presidential power. The question is, at some point that rubber band snaps. This might be that opportunity, Eugene.
Listen, really quickly, the East Room is gone. The whole side of the White House is gone. So even if the Supreme Court comes out and says that the president can't do this, then what? Because there doesn't seem to be a way to bring it all back.
No, there doesn't. And more importantly, it doesn't necessarily mean that the White House has to put any money toward or that there's any relief for the people who have brought this case in the first place. Now, let's remember, the plaintiffs in this case are a national historic organization that basically are seeking to vindicate the interests that all of us have in the preservation of the historic buildings. So it's not clear what the relief for them would be other than pausing and stopping any future construction. But you're right, there is a very obvious hole in the ground in Washington, D.C. with cranes that are paused mid-air, visible from all corners of town. If the president is not allowed to go forward, there's going to be a big question of, well, what do we do about that huge construction site in the middle of the White House grounds?
You know, let's move over to another legal case that the president and his team are losing. This is the David Hearn case. We have all covered this, so viewers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The president still blaming vandals, even though David Hearn has been clear that he didn't do anything, and so has Judge Jeanine Pirro. And you know, one of the things, Susan, that has stuck with me over this entire time is no matter what President Trump says, no matter what the Interior Secretary says in front of the camera, when they go into court, there are things they have to do, which is tell the truth. And David Hearn was on CNN, and he said this to Caitlin Thomas. Listen to this, and let's talk on the other side.
This can happen to anybody. If it can happen to me, it can happen to anybody. Nobody's immune to this kind of government lawlessness, essentially. And it's really the kind of thing that you think a country ruled by a dictator. That's where you see that kind of thing. And this isn't. This is not the land of the free and the home of the brave that I know.
This is a country that you know as well, or is it another one, maybe not the United States, Susan?
Look, you know, imagine being out on your bike on a summer afternoon and stopping by the National Mall, looking at, you know, what Donald Trump has already sort of wrought, the disruption. The cranes are all over the city, the digging, the visible signs of a man who is determined to put his personal stamp, raining it, you know, physically across our Capitol. And then all of a sudden you're being charged with a felony because not just the president, but so many of those around him believe that his lives are more important than, you know, the actual truth. It's a painful moment in the country, and I think that's why stories are resonating for so many people. Eugene, I mean, it all feels like a profound challenge to what we think of as the United States, and of course, to do so while polluting the actual National Mall that's here to commemorate and memorialize and pay tribute to those very values that are, you know, profaned. I mean, it's just, you know, tragedy or bad farce. And I think that's the through line here in these court opinions again and again over the last 2 years. Today's is no exception in that sense. courts are screaming out to us and saying these are profoundly un-American decisions. And, you know, we have unfortunately ample evidence that for everyone who says, okay, this is too far for me to go, apparently including even Jeanine Pirro, the former Fox TV host who's the U.S. attorney here in D.C., there are those who are willing to follow, and that includes Trump's acting attorney general, who now seems on the brink of confirmation. His personal lawyer turned into the attorney general, who can bring more cases like this, I'm afraid.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take a page out of your book and ask you to put a little bow on this for us, because both of these cases are similar in that there are a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of money in this federal government that goes to making us all live in Donald Trump's realities.
Well, that last part is it. He is forcing us to live in his reality. As a native Washingtonian, to see what this man has done to the city is an abomination. It is abhorrent. Even in during the worst days of the riots and the protests, where people were, spraying, painting here and there, you didn't see anything like that that touched on the monuments, if you will, of the nation. You may have, a business or a shop owner may have to deal with vandals, etc. But there was even amongst those who were angry at the administration, angry at the country, if you will, for the war in Vietnam, or the lack of civil rights, or the dehumanization of women and the subjugation of their rights. They didn't take it out on the national monuments. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. His imprimatur is, I'm going to turn this into me, and there's nothing you can do about it. And to the last point, before moving on to this one, about, this reflecting pool, the situation with the East Wing, what's the court going to do? The court's going to give him what he wants. They'll find a way. They'll make the case that was made here. Well, you've already torn the building down, and you're not going to rebuild the oldest East Wing, and the administration doesn't have those parameters to do that. So future administrations should know they can't. But what are you going to do? So that's how Donald Trump acts. He acts, and then everybody else has to figure out how to undo it, and they realize they can't. He wins. And somehow, somewhere along the way, we as a nation have got to put a stop to this, because the Congress won't. This Congress will not, which is what the elections are ultimately going to be about. Whether or not there is the American people putting a check back into the balance of things by redesigning, if you will, what the Congress looks like, since Trump wants to redesign everything else.
Everyone's home improvement edition here in Washington, D.C. Different journeys, though. Susan, when you're thinking about the politics here, you have Americans all over the country. We've had Alex Tabbitt, one of our colleagues, many of the reporters going around talking to voters, people who voted for Donald Trump 3 times, crying to him and saying that they can't afford to breathe, as one woman put it. You have this war with Iran, where we are spending billions of dollars all the time in a war that the American people don't want, don't understand, and the president hasn't really spent any time doing that for them. And yet the president is walking around taking glue sticks and gluing gold appliques in the Oval Office, spending all this brain space. Maggie Haberman says 70%, she estimates, of the president's brain space is to these renovations. When you have a president so completely out of touch with and completely doesn't even seem bothered by the things that are happening to the American people while he's getting what he wants, where does that leave us?
I'm glad you brought that up, Eugene. I think that image of Trump with the glue gun and the gold encrusted wood, putting that up in the Oval Office, is probably the enduring symbol that I took out of the excellent book that Maggie and Jonathan Swan wrote, because it shows a president who is essentially not only indifferent to what voters think, but basically it's
not a very big
painting
thing.
Of the Capitol and the Executive Mansion are the physical architectural manifestations of our Congress. They're these beautiful, sort of spare, elegant, restrained, neoclassical designs meant to show in physical form what our Constitution is, which is, again, very streamlined, simple, balanced, right? You have proportions. You have power here vested in an executive, but also then checked in a legislative branch. And, you encrust it with gold, and all of a sudden you've broken something more than just how the building looks and how tacky it is. And so for me, Donald Trump is all about, sort of like, forget the metaphor. He's the metaphor made real. But in the election year, does any of it matter? My view is that it's breaking through in a way that we haven't seen. That's part of the reason, obviously, for Trump's plunge in his approval ratings is people are worried about things like the price of gas, but also I think it's pretty easy to make a connection between a president whose priorities are himself, the personal enrichment, and the engoldification of his physical surroundings at the expense of what Americans care about. And you see it in those numbers. It's not, Democrats already were sour on Donald Trump. The reason he's going down in the polls is because of independents, Republican-leaning independents. Even some Republicans are softening right now. He has the worst ratings that he's had of his entire time in politics with Republican voters who don't identify as MAGA. And that's the warning sign for Republicans, is that Trump's support is softening in his own party right now.
The first wooden warships to today's steel fleet, every generation of sailors has answered the same call. Stand the watch, protect the mission, never leave a shipmate behind. This 251st Navy birthday belongs to every sailor who carried that tradition forward. Celebrate today with buy one, get one free. This one's for the fleet.
His own party right now.
Earlier today, an appeals court ruled that Donald Trump must halt most construction to his prized gilded ballroom. In the ruling, the court writes, quote, "Each president is a temporary tenant, not the owner, of the White House and its executive residence. We are aware of no instance in American history in which a president unilaterally and using privately collected funds demolished substantial portions of the White House that Congress authorized to be built and American taxpayers paid for until now. The court's injunction will not go into effect for 14 days to allow Trump to appeal up to the Supreme Court, which he has vowed to do." We're back with Norma and Melissa. Melissa, the appeals court goes on to say that basically Trump is arguing that he's a king, that nobody can stop him, not even the Supreme Court. This is from the ruling. The defendants argue that even if they're acting entirely without authority and lawlessly, no court, not the district court, this court, or the Supreme Court, has the power to stop them, since the Eastern Wing has already been destroyed. When asked when it became impossible for courts to stop the project, the defendants stated point blank, it would have been improper to enjoin it even on day one. And so your position is that this can't be stopped by a court? That the district court, this court, the Supreme Court, no court could stop the building of this today? Answer, yes. Imagine that you were wrong on the law. Imagine the statutes were as clear as could be, that you have no authority to do this and you've done it. There's nothing to be done. Answer. That is our position. I think a lot of people legitimately worried that we would enter, this constitutional crisis where he ignored a court order. I don't think people thought it would be over a home renovation project like the ballroom. Your thoughts, Melissa?
Well, I think people would have underestimated Donald Trump's edifice complex. But it's important to note here that the president actually got a real assist from one of his appointees on this panel. This was a 3-judge intermediate appellate panel of the D.C. Circuit. There were 2 judges who ruled against the administration to enjoin the ballroom project. But one judge, Judge Naomi Rao, who is a Trump appointee, issued a dissent. And basically she said what the Trump administration is parroting here, that the National Trust, which is the plaintiff here, doesn't have the authority, doesn't have legal standing to bring this case, that it is simply asserting a kind of aesthetic displeasure with the prospect of the ballroom project, not any real legal claim or injury that would be cognizable to a federal court. And that's effectively what the president is saying. Like, we already knocked it down, we've already done it. It doesn't matter if you have an argument that Congress needs to step in here, or Congress needs to authorize this before I can do it. Can't even be in court in the first instance. That's basically the argument that the president is making. Not only am I a king, but there's no court where you can walk in and challenge me. So it's actually an even more kind of pernicious and alarming argument than simply the fact of this unrefutable executive power.
Norm, at a time when innocent people like your client are being targeted for criminal prosecutions, and people in this country are being detained as young as small children at places like Dilley. And it was hard to wrap your brain around a building that was knocked down. But the court does make the point that it wasn't his to knock down. I mean, the ugly, tacky things he builds in his own name with whoever funds his projects, that is one thing. But this wasn't his house to destroy. Your thoughts?
It's the people's house, and the court's opinion made sure to highlight the fact that he has solicited contributions for this. Let's not lose sight not only of the corruption of the rule of law, doing this in a way that thwarts Congress' statutory oversights and requirements, but just the fact that the financial corruption that he's shaking down companies who have the strongest interest in his decision making to get the money for these kinds of projects. So we're litigating this one too. We have the case over the dumping of the toxic dirt from the destruction of the East Wing. It's got lead, chromium, and arsenic. They put it in a public park and golf course where it's leaching into the ground. The whole thing is another example of the corruption. And these stories are starting to break through. Donald Trump is engaging in these expensive self-serving whims, taking money out of the pockets of the American people who are struggling instead of, as he promised, putting it in their pockets. They're facing a cost, corruption, chaos, and competence crisis because of him, Nicole. And they've had it. He's got the lowest approval ratings of any modern president at this point, headed toward Nixonian territory at the depth of Nixon's corruption scandals.
This is why blocking spam calls never stops, though. What do you mean? It's not just some random caller? No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers. It's the massive leak behind them. Okay, so what do you do? Well, I ran my numbers through close.
Cut down 61 trees in this live stream? Wow. That's a lot.
And then it started reading, which is one click. No forms, no emails, just, and the spam just stops. Yeah, my phone was silent. Text on the scammers.
Point, headed toward Nixonian territory at the depth of Nixon's corruption scandals.
It's summertime, but Donald Trump's political and legal problems are snowballing. Today, a federal appeals court halting above-ground construction on Trump's prized ballroom. The judge ruling, quote, each president is a temporary tenant, not the owner of the White House and its executive residence. The president has no and claims no constitutionally assigned authority over that property. Not mincing words there. Trump saying he plans to appeal to the Supreme Court. But critics, including many Republicans, question why he's focusing on vanity projects at all, given the ongoing war and affordability crisis and the looming midterms. The New York Times' Maggie Haberman, who's been covering Trump for years, said this week, quote, if you looked at a chart of Trump's mind share, 70% of it would be on his renovations. Trump insider telling Axios, quote, Trump concentrates on the hobbies that distract from his terrible polling numbers about which he is in denial. Here are the facts. Trump's approval rating is now at the lowest of his second term. His disapproval also at its highest, according to prominent pollster Nate Silver. Today, despite these facts, Trump claims that voters are angry at Republicans, but just not him.
And I've had some great polls recently, real polls, but they're great polls. If I don't run, will those people go out and vote? And that's the one thing I can't tell. Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. They're angry at I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me.
Interesting thing. Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
The data suggests that both Trump and D.C. Republicans are in trouble. 4 separate polls show Democrats leading Republicans on the generic midterm ballot. Reuters has Democrats ahead by 5 points. CNN, 8 points. Emerson College, 11 points. And The Economist, 4 points. As Axios puts it, for Republicans, this is the Trump-induced summer of discontent. Joining me now is Juanita Tolliver, MS Now political analyst, award-winning author of A More Perfect Party, and host of the Archival podcast. And back with me is Jason Johnson. Juanita, thanks for joining us at the table. Let's start with you. I mean, I want to get your take on these 2 major undertakings by Trump and things that have, whether or not that was his initial intention, some of his major priorities, the war and the ballroom, both of which are now stalled by forces that most people could have predicted, and in fact some of his advisors did predict to him before the fact. But he has had the same response to both, which is essentially to lay blame on the messenger or to his own party, but not himself. What do you think voters take away from this quandary should be?
The same lack of focus on their needs that they've been feeling in their wallets, that the same voters who you highlighted in the previous segment informed the world that they feel stuck, they feel trapped. And Donald Trump is yet again putting his attention on things that have nothing to do with them or make their lives more stressful, more expensive, more harmful for them to experience. I also think about that phrase you included from the judgment, temporary tenant, something we all know. Donald Trump might not know it. Yeah. He clearly, every time he puts on a 2028 hat, rejects that reality. But the delusion is reaching a point where even courts are interjecting not only reality, but also separation of powers by emphasizing that Congress has the rights for approval and appropriations for changes to the White House, not Trump. And so when you talk about these issues in Trump's focus, he's now going to give Republicans in Congress who are fighting for their lives in these midterms yet another drag on them to try to explain at home if they decide to move forward with trying to give him funding for this ballroom.
The thing I also keep thinking about, especially this week on the Tales of Michigan, is that a lot of voters are still not even paying attention. Mm-hmm. And these are the numbers that we're seeing. I did talk to a senior Trump campaign strategist this week who made the argument that Republicans also haven't started spending as much as they're planning on, especially
but what are they going to say when they start spending?
In Michigan, in Texas. That's a very good question. But do you buy that argument, Jason?
No, that's not going to make a difference. First off, like you said, most people aren't paying attention until Labor Day, right? They're paying attention when football season starts. They start paying attention to the act. And by then, your feelings about the economy are already baked in. Your feelings about the war are already baked in. None of that stuff is going to magically change. And it doesn't make it any easier. There is some accidental truth, which Trump occasionally stumbles upon, right? People don't like how he's doing his job. But Republicans still, by and large, like him, right? The Republicans actually like him. They just don't like anybody else. And it's this classic situation where, Trump gets the sniffles and the Republicans in general get pneumonia, right? And he can stand up there and do the shaggy defense, it wasn't me, for any other thing that he wants to talk about, right? And they're the ones who have to face the voters. He doesn't. So his sort of protection from his own bad behavior and his own bad policies allow him to say things like that, even if the consequences are going to be felt in other places.
What about the one of the counters that I got that also goes along the lines of the flaws with some of these Republican candidates are already baked in too, such as Ken Paxton.
Right. But here's the thing. Ken Paxton is running in Texas, and he's running against James Talarico, who has had the opposite effect, and I've said this before, the opposite of what you have in Michigan. They're still kind of arguing, and there's still bad feelings about that primary down there. There's lots of different Republicans in different states that have flaws, that have people who have issues with them one way or another. But if we're talking about a red state, as opposed to, say, what's happening in Michigan, as opposed to what might be up in the air in South Carolina, there are lots of different local factors that are going to come into play that, at the end of the day, Trump is not going to have an effect on, and it'll matter if Democrats can rally themselves to those individual states.
And Juanita, I want to ask you about some of the news that broke today, which is president deciding to restart his battle to fire the sitting Fed Governor Lisa Cook. This has been an ongoing saga, as you know. He, it's as if being tasked to try to get in his head and understand where this is coming from. But
I wouldn't dare.
And he signaled as much that as soon as the Supreme Court made their decision to allow her to stay in her seat, that he was going to challenge this again. He said it on Truth Social, I believe, at the time. But I'm wondering, if he was essentially looking at the headlines today, if this was just another thing that he decided to sort of throw into the swirl to try to distract his own voters,
sure,
and also maybe to try to manipulate what the Fed is going to do in September when they have the opportunity yet again to try to lower interest rates, which is what the president wants, despite lots of opposition that he's getting from other sitting board members on the Fed.
I think, there might be a level there to what you're saying about distraction tactic. But I, don't think Donald Trump is that smart. I do think he gets fixated the same way he got fixated with birthright citizenship and has now put forward 2 new executive orders. I don't think this is going to mean anything to regular people who are turning out to vote, though. I do think that this is something that is, as Jason mentioned, people already know how they feel when they sit down to pay their bills on the first of the month every month. People already know how they feel when they're standing at those gas pumps. And while Donald Trump is trying to say this has nothing to do with me, what does have to do with him is any Republican voters who stay at home, who drive down enthusiasm, who are not going to turn out for anyone on the ballot, even if he shows up and endorses candidates.
And let's go with thing of thing. Yeah. Donald Trump has been particularly hostile towards black women in positions of power. Right. I mean, that's just a fact. Whether you're talking about Tish James, you're talking about Kamala Harris, you're talking about Lisa Cook, you're talking about 350,000 African-American women who lost their jobs under DOGE. Right. This is a particular thing that his administration, whether it's him or Stephen Miller or Pete Hegseth, have focused on. So I'm not surprised by this at all. There doesn't have to be a strategy behind it, but there is a pattern of behavior that we've seen with this particular president and particularly black women in positions of power.
And his fixation on black women.
Yes.
Perfectly said, Jason. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
8 seconds.
Much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Okay, friends, I'm going to give it to you straight. Donald Trump doesn't have a damn clue what's going on right now. He was apparently blindsided by the Pentagon's dire munitions shortages due to his own war, his ongoing war with Iran. He refuses to acknowledge that voters aren't buying the golden age economy he's trying to sell. And now he isn't even interested in campaigning for Republicans with the midterms less than 90 days away. In an interview with Punchbowl News today, Trump said, and I quote, "I didn't have to be supporting all the people. I have a busy schedule." Trump added, "I said to somebody, wait a minute, you don't understand. I won. I'm not campaigning." Yep, that's the leader of the Republican Party. The guy that Republicans have backed again and again and again and again, regardless of how corrupt or immoral he is or becomes. And so, yeah, of course, he's annoyed that he has to campaign for them. So what would Trump rather spend his time on? Well, according to the New York Times and Maggie Haberman, Trump is mostly focused on his pet projects.
How much of his time actually goes into the renovation now?
A lot. If you looked at, like a chart of his mind share, like this I will say about getting into his mind, like 70% of it would be on his renovations. It's a legacy thing, but it's I always think of legacy with him different than the way we usually use the word legacy. It's not what am I leaving behind for the world. It's what can I do that cannot be taken away.
Now maybe you're thinking to yourself, how could a president of the United States spend 70% of his time thinking about renovations? Well, think about all the changes to the White House he's been bragging about over the past year. All the time he spent talking about the renovations to the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. All the time he spent going on and on and on and on about his $400 million ballroom. If you take all that into account, and 70% of his mind share might be a conservative estimate. Still, you don't buy the estimate? Okay. Well, here's Trump just today. at a round table that was supposed to be focused on shoring up supplies of critical minerals.
The president's allowed to remove things from any building. And I'm liking the chandeliers. I like those Corinthian columns, but I don't know, cutting them out would be not good. Those are beautiful columns, but I'm allowed to do it. Every once in a while I'll come in here and grab a painting and put it at the Oval Office, right? But not too much.
What can you say? The guy loves interior decorating. So if you're on board with the idea that 70% of Trump's brain is focused on his renovations, well, that 70% is pretty pissed off tonight, because today a federal appeals court ordered the Trump administration to stop construction on the dude's beloved ballroom. In a 2-1 decision, the court ruled that the administration very likely lacked authority to demolish the White House East Wing and build Trump's ballroom without approval from Congress. And one of the judges wrote this: each president is a temporary tenant, not the owner of the White House and his executive residence. That's right. The court ruled that under the Constitution, Trump is like every other president before him, just another temporary tenant of the White House. He doesn't get to bulldoze whatever he wants. But of course, Trump thinks he owns everything. It is why he's tearing up the White House lawn to make way for a new helipad.
Be right back.
He's trying to build his gigantic vanity art. And it's why he's torn down an entire wing of the White House in order to build this ballroom. But here's the thing. It's not just the White House. Trump thinks he personally owns and operates the entire federal government. It is why he installed banners of his face on buildings like the Department of Justice. And yes, it's why he wants to make sure his loyal former personal attorney is installed as the new Attorney General. And when I say loyal, I'm talking about a guy who has repeatedly said that Trump has control over every facet of the executive branch.
President Trump, for the first time in modern history, has said, I am the president, and if you work in the executive branch, you work for me. And guess what? We can all read the Constitution.
It's not what the Constitution says, asshole.
This country can read Article 2. It's publicly available. It should be in your pocket. And it gives all the power of the executive to one person. That's the President of the United States. And there's this model out there that somehow the Department of Justice is independent from the President of the United States. That is not true. Make no mistake. Everybody in the executive works for the President of the United States.
Well, that's just wacky.
If anyone in this room found out what I was, I wouldn't make it out.
Country manufactures criminal prosecutions against political opponents? What kind of leader repels prosecutors and investigators who hunt down terrorists and adversaries of the United States of America? What is the character of a man who cheers the, quote, canning of hundreds of years of national security expertise inside the Department of Justice and the FBI at a right-wing political conference? What man has so hardened a heart that he looks at victims of sex trafficking and says, quote, get to the point? What lawyer participates in language so menacing toward judges whose rulings he disagrees with, that those judges fear for their lives and their children's lives, and then turns up the heat on judges after they speak out? What man scrapes the bottom of the ethical barrel to create a legal structure around Donald Trump's brazen corruption by representing the fraudster and the government he seeks to defraud, by cocooning him in legal immunity from the IRS? What kind of conservative leads the Department of Justice to the point of being disbelieved, disrespected, and distrusted by even some of the most conservative judges in the federal system. And what Republican cheers the purge of bright, rising star prosecutors like Eric Siebert and Danielle Sassoon? The answer, tragically, is that that country is America. This is who we are right now. And all those actions were directed by or supported by Todd Blanche. One final question for you this afternoon. What man, what member of the Senate, who has already lost his job, lost his opportunity to serve because of Donald Trump, then fails to tell the truth about all this and the threat that Todd Blanche poses to the rule of law? Sadly, we have that answer too. His name is Bill Cassidy. The same Senator Bill Cassidy who's being forced out of the Senate after Donald Trump endorsed his primary opponent and he lost re-election. For just a few hours, Todd Blanche's confirmation was on thin ice today. That happened after Senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski announced they would vote no. One more vote would have sunk Blanche's AG bid altogether. But then Senator Cassidy stepped in from Lifeline, took to the Senate floor earlier today and handed over the keys to the Department of Justice and the rule of law to Donald Trump with his speech. Watch.
I'm particularly concerned about episodes of apparent lawfare. DOJ bringing suits against political enemies. I'm realistic that President Trump can be unrelenting on this, but this will be true no matter who the Attorney General is, and this is the rationale for having a Senate-confirmed Attorney General with more leverage to push back. Mr. Blanche is not perfect, and he will tell you this, but the choice is not between perfection and Mr. Blanche. It is between Mr. Blanche and another acting Attorney General who may not run the department effectively under President Trump, and who indeed may not be as good as Mr. Blanche. All considered, I will vote for Mr. Blanche. I'll be criticized for this vote. What's new?
So these are this year's recruits. Let's see who's worth remembering.
She really thinks she could beat all of us?
I'll show you exactly what I've got.
Other AI, filters, limits, ghosting, no freedom. Guess those limits just got kicked out. With Cycle AI, you get no filters, always reply, nobody peeps.
What are you even talking about? Quote, more leverage to push back? To say that about Todd Blanche, who has done everything in his power, things that Pam Bondi wouldn't even do, to reshape the Department of Justice, basically take the justice out of the Department of, in Donald Trump's image. Before Senator Cassidy delivered that speech, which made Todd Blanche the Attorney General, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse sought a meeting with Cassidy, writing this, quote, to Senator Cassidy, you have a record of standing with survivors of human trafficking and sexual assault. A vote to confirm Todd Blanche would be a vote against those survivors. We hope you will meet with us today and urge you to vote no on Todd Blanche's confirmation. The request was ignored. Senate Republicans rubber stamping the Attorney General confirmation of a man who's already done everything in his power to end DOJ's independence is where we begin today with Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California. Senator, where do we go from here?
Well, I sadly think that it's likely now Blanche has the votes. I was deeply disappointed to hear those comments you just aired from one of my colleagues. When you go through a litany of the reasons why somebody shouldn't be confirmed, the fact that they have abused the Department of Justice to go after the president's enemies, the incredibly not just botched but wrongful handling of the investigation into Epstein and his victims, the cover-up of some of those materials on the one hand, on the other hand, pushing out materials that exposed the victims to being victimized again by publishing their names, their photographs, this slush fund you tried to set up. When you go through this long litany, of abuses by the Attorney General, and you could have one of two reactions. One is to say, this person should not be the Attorney General, and we're going to oppose him, and we're going to demand the President send us someone better. Or the other is to say, nonetheless, I'm going to support him because the President might send us something worse. It only makes sense, I think, to defeat someone like Todd Blanche and insist on something better, insist on someone who will not go along with these collusive settlements, who won't continue to act like the President's criminal defense lawyer.
The only consolation I can get from that nomination is Richard Nixon didn't go to prison, but his Attorney General did.
The moment he does something the President doesn't like,
I look forward to Todd Blanche going to prison, because it will happen.
I think that doesn't give the
First he'll get disbarred, and the Democrats will take
I
over.
had Judge Ostersalis
He'll be
and Judge
subpoenaed
Jack
before
McConnell
Congress.
yesterday about the vitriol being directed at federal judges
And then the rest will be
the
history.
judiciary from
And he
Donald
will spend the
Trump,
rest of his life
from
in fucking
the General
prison.
Counsel to the Department of Homeland Security, who has a list called
So will
the
most
worst
of
the
Trump's
worst
cabinet.
about judges. And from Todd Blanche himself. Let me show you what Judge Jack McConnell said yesterday.
What we're seeing right now is out of the executive branch, it appears to be an attempt to delegitimize the courts, and they're doing that through trying to delegitimize judges. The Deputy Attorney General, soon potentially to be the Attorney General, said we're at war with the courts, and he called people to action on it. These kind of things are not acceptable in a democratic society where we follow the rule of law. It's across the board. People appointed by Democratic presidents, people appointed by Republican presidents have been subjected to this personnel attack on judges in an attempt to delegitimize them. It's really an attack on the judiciary itself and the very foundation of our democracy.
Senator, Democrats retake control of the Senate in the fall. What could you do to hold, in the judge's words there, quote, the executive accountable for what judges themselves say is a clear attempt to, quote, delegitimize the rule of law in America?
Well, I think the judge is absolutely right about what we're seeing go on, and it is more broad than just the judiciary. We see the president attack the press when the press reports in a way that he doesn't like. Those are enemies of the people, and likewise, any branch of government, including the judiciary that stands up to the president. And frankly, the judiciary has been the savior, at least the lower courts, during these tumultuous past 2 years. So many of the president's illegal actions have been shut down by judges appointed by both Democratic presidents and Republican presidents. That's been a rare bright side in terms of our democracy. So they're going after it as part of the majority. If the majority flips, we'll be able to delve into what the department is doing and what they're not doing, what resources are being provided to help protect judges, strengthening those resources as necessary, and I think fully expose this campaign to really endanger some of these lower court judges that we see from both the rhetoric that's being used, but also these constant attacks. To imagine that the Attorney General or acting Attorney General is treating a co-equal branch of government this way would have been unthinkable in the near past, but now it is an everyday occurrence.
Senator, I want to show you something Todd Blanche said that to me seems to invite more questions about criminal prosecutions of people that maybe aren't as notable as a former Olympian. Here he is when asked about Jeanine Pirro's job being on the line.
Decline to say whether you stand by Jeanine Pirro's decision to drop that case. I'm just, what message does it send, though, if President Trump fires a U.S. attorney because she determined there was not sufficient evidence to charge 4 people with a crime? Then you fire her. What what message would it send us if
hypothetically, if the president chose to fire a United States attorney, it turns out he's allowed to do that because he's the president of the United States.
I mean, no one was asking him that question. So back to your point about the press, it's a lack of good faith, transparency from that podium. But we know they don't care about the press. What does it say to you, though, that this is a case around which there's friction and that the now likely to be confirmed Attorney General is not standing on the side of the extremely political actor who simply drew a line the way Bill Barr did after Donald Trump lost at this extraordinary play? She simply seemingly refused to manufacture evidence against someone who didn't do what Donald Trump said he did, which was to vandalize the reflecting pool, which instead was destroyed by a crappy contractor who Donald Trump hired in a no-bid contract. What does it say that the Attorney General won't defend his employee who seemingly refused to manufacture evidence?
Well, it's so startling when I hear Blanche say something like that. Turns out the president has a right to do that. What he's basically saying is the president has a right to fire a prosecutor who won't bring an illegitimate case that he wants brought. This is part and parcel with Blanche saying that the president has both a right and a duty to go after his enemies. I listen to statements like that, which are unthinkable for any legitimate prosecutor, and I wonder what happened to the Todd Blanche who was once a respected prosecutor in the Southern District of New York, because he's now unrecognizable. I also feel a sense, and maybe you too, Nicole, of utter vertigo when Janine Pirro is now the voice of reason. How long are we living in? How did that happen? But you know that you're in some totally upside down world when she is saying, well, we need to dismiss this case because it turns out we don't have any evidence. But this is Blanche, and this is why it's so appalling.
And he's suing too. He's not only suing DOJ, he's suing Fox News for defamation.
His rights.
Ah!
Prosecutor doesn't bring an illegitimate case.
Fox News is fixing to shell out at least a couple of $1 billion for their defamation case against Smartmatic. They settled with Dominion. Smartmatic's not settling.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. America's disastrous war in the Middle East is now in its 6th month. Its economy is in a tailspin, and Donald Trump is in a rage because his ballroom has been put on hold. Remember, this is what Donald Trump wanted and promised, a 90,000 square foot white and gold behemoth that would dwarf the actual White House. It would be the biggest thing on that plot of land by far. This is what Donald Trump has given you. A gaping hole in the heart of the country. He posted this photo this week. Look at that. He's proud of that. He's proud of demolishing the East Wing without asking any of our permission or Congress, to build a Trump monstrosity, to build a ego palace for himself. But today, a federal appeals court ruled 2-1. No, buddy, that actually he is supposed to ask permission. Because, and this really cannot be stressed enough, it is not his house or his land, it is ours. And so the appeals court majority put on hold what has to be the single biggest renovation ever undertaken by a renter in all of human history. In its lengthy ruling, the court majority wrote, the president has no and claims no constitutionally assigned authority over that property. Whether or not a massive ballroom should be constructed is for Congress to decide and is not a matter for executive self-help. That ruling appears to have affected Trump deeply. He is in his feelings about it on the internet. That's based on the nearly 500-word rant he posted on social media. Quote, the military and Secret Service are viewing this horrendous, politically motivated, unlawful ruling as a national security threat to our nation, in that the entire complex is being built for the protection of our country and additionally all future presidents. It is all tied together as one big, expensive, and very complex unit, which is vital for national security and military operations of the United States of America. This unjust decision must be overturned by the Supreme Court in its entirety. I didn't read the whole thing, just you know. Notice as soon as they strike it down, it's like the national security military complex and not the ballroom. Like, it was the ballroom. He called it the ballroom. He talked about how there had to be a ballroom. That was the original, the project. Now it's like the military complex. So forget about Iran, where we are still at war. There's still no deal. Forget about the price of gas, which is still above $4 a gallon, has been for months. If you want to know what the President of the United States spends all of his time thinking about as president, It's clear as day. This is it. I mean, it's obvious if you watch it, but do not take my word for it. Here's the reporter who may know Trump better than any others, Maggie Haberman of the New York Times.
How much of his time actually goes into the renovation now?
A lot. If you looked at like a chart of his mind share, like this I will say about getting into his mind, like 70% of it would be on his renovations. It's a legacy thing, but it's I always think of legacy with him different than the way we usually use the word legacy. It's not what am I leaving behind for the world, it's what am I leaving behind so the world can't kick me off the world.
Trump cannot see anything beyond these projects to glorify. Ballroom, there was the reflecting pool, there's the arch, which he's still like raising money from God knows who and in God knows which way. There's the Trump coins and the Trump passports and the statues he's gilding everywhere and all this weird nonsense. The man wants to be surrounded by his gold leaf landlord special decor everywhere he goes. Even today, sitting in a White House press conference for the mining industry, behind a table with a sign reading, American mining, American jobs, right? Clearly set up by his political minders who were like, you have to talk about things ostensibly about the American people. All he wanted to do was talk about renovating.
I'm liking the chandeliers. I like those Corinthian columns, but I don't know, cutting them out would be not good. Those are beautiful columns. But I'm allowed to do it. Every once in a while I'll come in here and grab a painting and put it at the Oval Office, right?
He can't help himself. He cannot help himself. And again, this all would be funny if he wasn't the President of the United States. And there wasn't a war going on. But at least there's nothing else going on today the President should be focusing on, right?
They put me in charge of the entire country's military.
Minus 23,000. No rebound for the July jobs report. Negative 23,000. Again, a disappointing jobs report.
23,000 jobs lost in July.
It's so bad that even the folks at Fox cannot find a way to spin it. Yes, we lost a ton of jobs last month, but that actually isn't even the worst news because economists expected a gain of 83,000 jobs in July. Instead, we lost 23,000, 100,000 job miss. And this report also revised May and June job numbers down by 103,000. And yet unemployment ticked down, which is a sure sign that more people are just dropping out of the labor market entirely instead of seeking new jobs. In fact, according to this chart by our friend the economist Justin Wolfers, the only job sectors that have grown since Trump took office, and this is ironic when you think about the like macho man appeal of Donald Trump, right? We're going to get back to mining and we're going to build stuff and manufacturing. The only thing that has grown is healthcare and social services. That's it. That's where all the jobs are. The rest of the U.S. economy has cut more than 350,000 jobs. Now, those are numbers that will concern most presidents going into a midterm election. But concerned is not how Donald Trump rolls. He's unbothered as he sat down today with Punchbowl co-founder and MS Now political contributor Jay Sherman.
Well, a lot of people are saying I'm one of the greatest presidents ever, but our country right now is doing better than it's ever done. You know, when I see polls on the economy, I should have 150%, not 100%. Oh, yeah. Because we have the greatest, this is the golden age of America.
I don't think that's how percentages work. Put that aside. It absolutely is not a golden age in America. I mean, it is in the Oval Office, and it is across the White House, and it is if you're Donald Trump shanking your butts and having your caddy make up for you. It's a golden age in a literal sense in that Oval Office where Trump is literally adding the color gold to everything. But this week, MS Now reporter Alex Tabbitt spoke with Trump voters in Ohio. And their general feeling was, this all sucks.
I was hoping that gas was going to go down so I could do something, you know. You can't do anything with gas prices and you just can't afford to breathe at this point.
Well, I can get laid off tomorrow, then I'm pretty much homeless. You know, you can't save now. No, I'm good on Trump, man.
That's all I got to say.
What does it feel like to be living in these conditions right now, in these economic conditions right now?
Hurt. Very hurt. I try to do... Sorry, I cried. I try to do a lot for my kids, and I can't do much.
If you could send a message to the president right now, what would you tell him?
He needs to look out for the American people instead of himself. Put us first.
Does America feel great again?
No, not at all.
Sam Stein is a managing editor of The Bulwark and MS Now contributor. Valencia Johnson is a Democratic strategist who worked as a senior advisor to the 2020 Biden campaign. They both join me now. Sam, as I watched that tape, I was thinking that Alex Tabbitt should have said to them, but what about the ballroom? Aren't you psyched about the ballroom? Isn't that, what about that? What if we build that ballroom? Wouldn't that, and we put in Corinthian columns, wouldn't that make you happier?
Yeah, they might not go for the Corinthian columns. That might not be the choice. You know, those
Come on,
really
damn it.
heartbreaking video, and it really got to the dichotomy of what's happening here. The obsession with the ballroom and all these beautification projects, it's clearly something that he loves to do. It's where his attention is, as Maggie noted. And it comes at this obvious political cost, because if you're just an average political observer, you're watching the president just spend all this time and day and energy doing these renovation projects. And, you know, the ballroom, it's totally absurd.
Come
right?
on.
You know, all the things that he's done, obviously he's done more pernicious and damaging things, more hurtful things, more unethical things, although I will say one of the elements of the ballroom that's really underappreciated is how unethical it is, right? Who is funding the actual private stream of donations? We just don't know. But putting that aside, if you just step back and you think about what he did, he literally demolished a third of the White House complex without saying he was going to do it, getting him permission to do it. In fact, his first inclination was he was going to leave the East Wing intact. And now he's like, well, can't I just go ahead and do it when the courts step in? And it's symbolic of a president who's distracted, who's egotistical, who is focused in all the wrong directions, and who's probably going to pay at the polls for it.
Same boy that once lived under the stairs grew up to own the entire city. At 5, Charlie lost his parents in a burglary accident. His grandfather refused to take him in, so he was sent.
Yeah, this line from the ruling. I mean, I keep thinking about this idea. I mean, it's sort of a jokey idea, but like if you were renting a house that had a garage, and you were just like, I'm going to demo the garage. I'm going to build something here. The landlord shows up like, no, you can't. No, you can't do that. Like, this is the ruling is that the whole thing has nothing at all to do with whether the proposed ballroom is desirable or not as a matter of policy. At this preliminary stage, the National Trust has shown compellingly Congress has not ceded unfettered authority to the executive to randomly redesign, reshape, and reconstruct the White House, the People's House, to fit a particular president's desires. Like, it isn't his house, it's ours. And Valencia, on the jobs part and also the price part, when you watch that tape that Alex Tabbitt put together, which was great, I gotta think about Biden people that were in that administration, who could not really control the fact that inflation was going up. There were external things that did it. There was not a ton the president could do about it. Having that be the signature issue of that election, and now turning around and watching all this play out, and how you feel about it.
Yeah, you know, it is extremely heartbreaking to watch that video, to hear the pain in those people's voices. I have family members who actually help with people who are unhoused, who are losing their jobs. They actually need food assistance, and it is very real. And I remember during the Biden administration, there were a lot of conversations on Democratic circles, and that we actually have to do a better job of communicating how these policies would actually take a little bit of time, right? Like President Biden passed some very strong, economic bills, but it would take a long time for people to actually feel that. So how do you communicate this while also really talking about the dangers of the incoming Trump administration? I think one of the things that we are learning is that folks who would support us, whether Democrats or people who are tired of Trump, are actually tired of folks talking about who Trump is and what the Democrats are for. We have actually not had a great message until now, when the affordability conversation has actually been the thing that has poked through because of the big ugly bill that unfortunately passed. But I think a lot of folks are feeling some a little bit of remorse and honestly thinking, what could we have done different to communicate to the American people what this could be and what this would feel like?
Yeah.
New jobs numbers out this morning, and they really don't square with the economic golden age that President Trump keeps touting and talking about. The U.S. economy lost 23,000 jobs last month. The final count for May and June were revised down, too. And the labor force participation rate, the number of people working or looking for a job, fell to nearly 61.5%, the lowest in more than 5 years. Those are tough numbers for a president campaigning on an economy that he claims is better than ever. But as usual, the White House doesn't seem too concerned. The spokesman saying in a statement, quote, "The Trump industrial resurgence is on schedule." Where's the schedule? And then there was White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett saying this just a short while ago.
Well, the momentum in the economy continues to be strong. We remain very bullish, even when there's a number like today that we think is temporarily slower than we expect.
For more, I want to bring in Neil Irwin, Axios chief economic correspondent, Stuart Stevens, senior advisor to the Lincoln Project and former Mitt Romney 2012 campaign chief, and Julie Roginski is here on site with me, Democratic strategist and author of the Salty Politics newsletter. Neil, I'll go to you as the econ pro among us. What do you make of how the White House is selling this report right now, and square it with the golden age language that the president is using on the campaign trail?
Yeah, look, they have a point that the numbers are probably not quite as bad as the headlines suggest. So 23,000 jobs lost last month, but 50,000 losses were in local education, which seems like it's a seasonal adjustment, kind of technical problem. Those will probably come back in the next month. At the same time, the underlying story is not ideal. We've seen a real deceleration in job growth in the last over the course of the summer. We've not seen the kind of rapid job growth you'd like to see in a booming economy. And look, there are plenty of good things happening in the U.S. economy right now, but you're right. There's this underbelly of weakness where companies don't want to hire people who have a job can have a decent job, but people who are looking are having a hard time, and that comes across in a wide range of data, not just the pieces that came out this morning.
I also think, Stuart, there is this underlying idea of people are saying, regardless of what the actual metrics look like, they are saying that they are hurting in this economy. And so before we play voters talking about that, because we have new sound of it, and frankly, I hear it when I go on the campaign trail as well, what is the way that this White House should be talking about that? Holding space for the fact that maybe the economy is not in the worst place ever, but also that it is not in the golden age and that voters don't feel that it is.
Well, I think meeting voters where they are is always a good thing in campaigns. The problem Republicans have is that Trump doesn't allow you to do it. A normal sort of political move here is to do exactly what you're saying. I said, look, I think we're making some headroom here, but look, things aren't what they should be. Gas prices are too much. Everything costs too much. We had hoped to lower prices more, but there's a lot of complicated issues out there that stopped us from doing that, but we're working really hard. Those words have just never come out of Donald Trump's mouth, so it's really difficult for it to come out of a Republican's mouth. You can't tell people what you are experiencing is not real. You can't. And a lot of people are turning into Kevin Hassett. They say, well, how should I feel? No, I mean, it's like when you go out, what are you paying for and what is it is? They're not going to be saying, well, look, 50,000 of these are just educational for seasonal adjustment. I don't mind paying $90 to fill up my gas tank. It's a terrible position. And the last numbers I saw, something like, under 30% thought that the economy was going in the right direction, and higher with independents and obviously higher with Democrats. So that ain't a great place to be in.
No, especially given the fact that this was an issue that Trump used to solidly lead and win on. Julie, before we pivot back to the politics, there are Trump voters that our colleagues have spoken to this week about what they are experiencing on the economy. Listen to some of that.
I found an app where you actually play through an anime story and the character responds to what you say. I had to try it. This is OOC, playable anime. You pick a character, you send a message, and the story actually changes based on what you say. I picked this one, sent my first message, and then this happened. What is going on in the city? 3 powers hold the city in a stranglehold. The Yakuza, the Mafia, and the police. Choose your faction. Pledge my loyalty to the Yakuza, I'm joining the Mafia, or I watch the city from the shadows. The characters actually remember what you said before, and the story keeps going. Every choice I made changed where it went. It's free to start, and there are thousands of characters and worlds to hear. Download OOC and start your story.
You can't save now.
Every dollar you have has to go to gas, groceries, bills, rent. The economy's terrible, and our leadership is not as good as it used to be. He's more doing for him than he is for the people.
He's saying he's doing more for them than the people. And I mean, this is, I think, Trump voters lately reckoning with the fact that the policies and the focuses are not where they thought they were going to be when they voted for this president.
We fucking told
I don't know
you.
what they expected. They saw this movie before
Didn't
the first
we?
time around.
We said this would happen.
When you have headlines coming out of the White House, the president wants to spend taxpayer dollars building an arc to Trump. When you're talking about building a ballroom that he claims he needs so he could throw a White House Correspondents' Dinner party in his own house, which he assumes the White House is, not the people's house. When you see an IRS that's been weaponized and a Justice Department that's been weaponized to let him off the hook and not paying his fair share of taxes while the rest of us have to do it, people might come around to the thought that this is not a president who's working for them, but working for himself over and over and over and over again. You can't gaslight people about what they're paying. To Stuart's point, when you go to the store, you know what you're paying. You know what you paid before, you know what you're paying now. When you're filling up your gas tank, it doesn't matter how many times Kevin Hassett is trotted out there to say life is great and the economy is doing well. When you're the one filling up your gas tank and you have a limited amount of money with which to fill it and you can't do it, when you have to buy back to school clothes for your kids and you realize that tariffs are killing you with respect to what you have to pay a few years ago versus now. I mean, all of these clothes are coming from somewhere. They're not necessarily made here. They're paying more to send their kids back to school. So all of this is just reality. And the one thing I know with voters, all the campaigns I've ever done is, as Stuart said, you have to meet them where they are, but more importantly, you can't condescend to them. You can't treat them like morons. Nobody likes to be treated like a dope. Yeah. And that's what they're basically doing. They're basically telling voters, don't believe your lying eyes, believe us, after everything they're doing to enrich themselves. After what they're doing to have Qatar give them a private jet, right? After they're having the Trump organization making $10 billion in the Middle East. After all of that, and the way that they're getting richer off the taxpayers, all of their positioning of being in the White House versus what we're all having to pay, the rest of us having to pay, is insulting. Well, I think the corruption rides right alongside the economic policy in the minds of voters. But Stuart, there is the messaging out of the White House, and then there's the messaging from some Republicans. One in particular has gotten some attention this week, Congressman Dan Crenshaw. He wrote in a post on X responding to someone talking about the high price of burritos, where he said, this is his words, stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college on a budget with 4 roommates. The market doesn't care what you think. Something should cost. Only communists care. They would have apologized for that exchange, but I think it begs the question, like, not only are they saying, let them eat ramen, they're also saying that anyone who wants a proactive approach to taking down prices is a communist? I mean, like that, how does that track?
Yeah, I love the fact that my old party was...
They don't even realize, they're not even smart enough to realize they're shooting themselves in the fucking
that's
foot.
great, guys.
Good.
So, look, I think that the reason somebody does this, says this kind of outrageous stuff on social media, is to rise in Trump's circle. Because to rise in the Republican Party now is to be the most transgressive. So instead of empathy, instead of saying, look, I know this is bad, we got to do something, it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. The president's right. And the president, somebody in the staff reads that, and you get a call, and you've gone up in the Republican hierarchy. And that's what I say, the Republican Party is really functioning in a political science sense more like an extremist movement than a typical American traditional party. Because what do we know about extremist movements? They only become more extreme with higher and higher purity tests. This is how you end up with the Vice President of the United States defending Nazis. And telling people, look, you don't know what you're really experiencing.
Almost 4 hours.
Which is very North Korean. And
pretty good live stream.
I would want to be a Republican candidate in November.
Well, and Crenshaw also lost his primary too, so I guess the political stakes slightly less for him, but still not a great look as a Republican to be saying this before the midterms. Very quickly to you, does this make Kevin Warsh's job harder with a president who wants rates to be cut, the Fed likely to keep them flat, but also these economic indicators feeding into that decision?
Well, it does in the sense that this softer labor market report suggests they may not need to raise rates as much as people had thought going into the fall. So it gives a little more room to maneuver and a little more room to, if the labor market's not as strong as we thought, maybe you don't need to raise rates like some people on the Fed board would like to see. At the same time, Kevin Warsh has a very tricky spot right now. Inflation is too high. It has been too high for 5 years. And what do you do about it if you're the Fed and you have a president who is really going to go after you if you do the normal Econ 101 response, which is raise rates. So this probably puts the pause break on rate hikes, at least for the moment, but a lot of information to come in on inflation and what they might do in the next few months.
Yeah, in the next few months, of course, getting us closer to the midterms. Gail Irwin, Julie Wiginski, thank you both for joining us. Stuart, please stick around.
Two-term Republican Congressman Andy Ogles, a member of the Conservative Freedom Caucus, who had the backing of President Trump, lost his primary race to Charlie Hatcher, a former state agriculture commissioner. Ogles was running in a new congressional district after Republicans redrew state lines earlier this year. Allie, Andy Ogles is a guy who, let's just say, always looked at a situation and wondered, what's the worst possible thing I could say about this? Complete fealty to President Trump in every statement he ever made. He said Muslims don't belong in America. Homosexuality has no place in America. We can go down the list, continue to deny that the 2020 election was legitimate. There's so much there, and it appears, like many of his Republican colleagues, voters in Tennessee had seen enough.
Yeah, wondered what's the worst thing you could say in this situation, and likely said the thing. One of the most MAGA-aligned members in this House Republican conference was backed by the president, is the same person, in addition to all the controversial things that you just mentioned, is the person who tried to sponsor an amendment, or rather a resolution that would allow the president to run for a third term. I mean, it does not get more MAGA and more Freedom Caucus than Andy Ogles, and yet in this new district that was redrawn at the behest of Republicans,
he lost his primary.
Primary. And I think it's notable when you consider, and in the primary season, we'll be able to take
That's
a more
what you get, you
holistic look
fucking
at this,
piece of shit.
of what the impact of being MAGA in the new maps looks like, but also being MAGA in a period of time where Trump is, and he won't want to hear this, and Republicans might not want to hear this either, he will be a lame duck. And so what does the party do as it tries to navigate that post-Trump period, even as he is still
Prepare for another January 6th.
I think this is
There's
yet
no way
another
Trump is
reminder
going to
of the fact that
willfully
there is a
leave
pretty heavy
that
strain
White
of
House.
resentment towards people
We're
currently
going to have to
serving
drag
in
his
Washington.
ass out in
Something we
cuffs,
track on the Democratic side,
or
something we
his
track
dead
on the
body.
Republican side as well.
Either way,
This
I
could
don't
be an
care.
outcome of that, in
But he's
addition
not going to
to
leave
the kind of
willfully.
lawmaker and elected official that Ogles
He's
has
going
been
to have
on
to
the
leave by
public stage.
force.
And the Trump endorsement is not
Why do you think he wants to give money?
race, as we saw in Tennessee last
$1.7
night. Meanwhile,
billion
two Republican
to
mayors
January
from
6th?
deep red
That's
areas
his
of
private army.
Georgia are crossing party lines to endorse
If
Democratic
he can get that
Senator
money to
John
him, he
Ossoff. The mayors
knows
told
they'll
the
be
Attorney General
there
Constitution
when he calls
they
for him
decided to
again
back Ossoff
in
in the Senate race because his work in their
27,
and
when the
push to
Democrats
increase
take over the
federal
House and
resources
Senate.
outweighs any
He's going to say,
partisan
oh, your
loyalties they
election was
have.
rigged,
Imagine
blah,
that.
blah.
Those mayors
So,
represent some
show
of the
up.
most conservative parts
We'll
of
be
Georgia.
wild.
President Trump won both areas by
Go up and
digits
stop the
in
steal.
2024. Meanwhile,
If you
in
don't, you
Ohio,
won't have a country
voters
anymore.
there
Those were his
expressing
exact
frustration
words.
with rising gas and energy prices.
He didn't say go
driven
up
by the
peacefully and
president's
patriotically.
war in
He
Iraq.
said go up, stop the
MS Now
steal. If you
reporter
don't,
Alex
you won't have a
Caddo spoke
country
to some
anymore.
Trump voters
Watch
in
the
the
fucking video.
northeastern part of Ohio.
It's on video.
Is
Him
this how you
saying that.
expected the second Trump term to go?
No, I don't. I hoped it was going to be so much better.
He also promised no new foreign wars. We're obviously in this war in Iran, which is why we're seeing the gas prices so high. What do you make of the president not keeping those campaign promises? He just told us what we wanted to do.
We
The vote
told you
again. What
so.
would your
That's
message
what
be to
I
them
say.
about
We fucking
economy
told
now,
you
about
so.
prices, about day-to-day life?
I would tell him, you promised us you would lower prices, bring back
We
what it
fucking
used to
told
be.
you he wouldn't.
I was hoping that
Remember that?
gas was going to go down so I could.
I don't know how many
do
people I told
something,
on social
you
media
know.
that he's lying,
And you
and
can't
I don't know
do
how many
anything
times I got blamed for having
gas
Trump derangement
prices
syndrome, or I'm overreacting.
You can't.
He can't. He won't do that. No, he won't do that.
Your vote right now? I have the past 2 years. Yeah, I have. I'm actually not even voting the next time.
Your mother.
That really helps, dumbass.
To breathe anymore. Joining the conversation, Chief White House Correspondent for the New York Times, Peter Baker, and MS Now National Affairs Analyst John Howman. He's partner and chief political columnist at Puck. Guys, good morning, Peter. Let me start with you. This is a president. The White House tries to put him out there at an event in Las Vegas to talk about affordability, trying to emphasize some of the popular items like no tax on tips and things like that. But as always, that event just turns into a meandering campaign rally talking about his grievances, his enemies, and all of the rest of it. This is not a president who's ever going to be laser focused on affordability, because until the war with Iran comes to some kind of conclusion, it feels pretty intractable for him, does it not?
Yeah, I think it does. Look, affordability, he says, is a hoax. It's a made-up Democratic hoax, he likes to say. But look, yeah, I think the thinking in the White House is they recognize, obviously, that he is down in the polls. That's a drag on the ticket. He told our friends at Jake Sherman at Punchbowl that, you know, him not being on the ticket this year, not being on the ballot this year, will hurt other Republicans. But the theory of the case is if he can get some sort of resolution of the Iran war, it almost doesn't even matter what, as long as he can say it's over and gas prices start to head back down, that people will think a little bit more kindly toward him. They'll be more willing to give him a second chance. But the voter you just showed, who said, I voted for him, I regret my vote, and I'm not going to vote this year, that's the real worry for Republicans. It's not that they think that Trump voters are going to suddenly become
Can't they vote for Democrats?
or vote for, you know,
So you don't get your way,
in Michigan. They're just not going to show
and you're
up.
just not going to vote. How fucking stupid is that?
About what's happened.
Vote for the party that will do something
Trump
for
excites them,
you.
but maybe the rest of the party doesn't.
And that is Democrats.
That's the real worry, is finding a way to motivate them. And that's why they're going to talk a lot about socialism and communism and so forth in order to try to give
Every single Democrat has voted to raise the minimum wage.
Yeah, John,
and every Republican has voted to not raise the minimum wage. What does that tell you?
They're indeed trying to.
Because part of the problem is Americans are not making enough money.
Mixing up the terms communism and socialism.
Our wages are not keeping up with the rise in inflation and the rise in cost of living. And I've made a post about
and
that.
It's not just that things haven't gotten better.
On Facebook.
Voters look at the White House and they see no effort being made from the president to either understand how they feel or to try to fix it. And in fact, his signature moves, the Iran war, tariffs, to name two, can only make their lives more expensive.
$300 million? Okay, dude, we gotta find this dude. Okay, let's get the sniper, zoom down the sight. Is that him? No, I don't see him anywhere. Who else? Okay, there's some guards. Wait, I think that's him. No, wait. They're taking my guys? Yeah, that's him right there. Okay, we gotta zoom in a little bit. 67%. Come on, 6-7, please. We gotta get the shot. Nice, we got him. Wait, he's getting away. No.
Yeah, you can't overstate the importance of the point that Peter just made a second ago about this is, if you want to talk the language of strategists and pollsters, you talk about enthusiasm gap. You look at what, just to take the most recent example, what happened in those Michigan primaries on Tuesday, where about 1 million Republicans voted and about 1.5 million Democrats voted. That's I'm not like a mathematician, but that's a very wide gap between Democrats who wanted to get out and cast a vote and Republicans who did. And that has been the part of the pattern that we've seen over the last 18 months, where Democratic turnout off the charts, Republican turnout poor, weak. And it's August. The notion that, and I understand Peter's reporting about what the theory of the case is, the White House is correct, but it's a delusional theory. You can open the Strait of Hormuz and end the Iran war today, and gas prices are not going to. They will maybe go down a tiny little bit, but the problem with inflation across the board with this global supply chain, it's going to take months for the disruptions from the war to work through the system. So you're going to be looking overall at high prices all the way through to November. There's no way to turn that back. And I think that in combination with what you heard in that piece from our reporter there, which is those voices are not unrepresentative of what you can hear in all the 50 states from the vast majority of voters, which is the economy's terrible. They understand it's terrible. And when Donald Trump gets up and pretends and says he's an A++++++, is the greatest economy in the history of the world, they can see for themselves and feel in their lives how totally out of touch and completely unmotivated he is to try to help them. And that is the kiss of death politically for the president's party, which has no independent economic agenda aside from Trump's. And he has no economic agenda. It is just about as bad a set of circumstances as a in-power party could have going into a midterm election.
Hello, Mr. Blake. Missed me already? Is she finally asleep? Then thinking about what's under my uniform? Hello? Still there?
Naughty little thing.
Oops. Then teach me how to behave. At Cycle AI, no filters, no judgment. Only your commands. How do you want to play? Step inside. Let's get interesting.
So, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott went on TV this morning, and, well, let's just play it. President Trump has done something no other president in the history of our country said yes to. Okay, pause. Tim, so far I'm following. I mean, I can't think of a single other president that has said yes to outrageous gifts from foreign leaders. I definitely can't think of another president that has said yes to pocketing billions of dollars while in office. Senator, back to you. Let's hear your list of firsts. President Trump has done something no other president in the history of our country said yes to, which is complying to the ethics, strategy, and standard for all elected officials. We've never had a president ever say yes to that. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Say what again? Now, I mean, if I ticked through every story that has come out about this president's corrupt and all caps, unethical behavior, I'd be stuck in this chair long enough to grow my hair back. But apparently, it isn't only Senator Scott who seems to be lighting up the Fox News green room these days.
I don't care what your name is. If you are committing fraud against the American people, all of us in public.
Unless you got an R by your name.
Stop it and try to throw you in prison for enriching yourself off the American taxpayer.
Okay, here's the thing. It's hard enough not to laugh at these two tickleheads. But at the end of the day, the real suffering and real financial strain that everyday Americans are experiencing at the hands of this administration, while Trump and his family only get richer and richer and richer, is not a joke. And this Republican Party, my Republican Party, sure acts like none, and they just don't seem to give a damn. So let's talk about it. Joining me now is Congressman Roe Conn. So, Congressman, I want to start by getting a reaction to those clips because they're just so discordant. They're just so out of touch with what the folks out in the world are experiencing in your district, in my neighborhoods, in places and spaces across the country. How do you see this narrative that these acolytes are going out on behalf of Trump saying, hey, it's all good, house is on fire, but hey, we're good?
I think they need to get out more. I was just 1 week through Pennsylvania, through a lot of the places that Donald Trump won. And what they're saying is, why did he betray us? He's in these foreign wars. Our gas prices are up. Our food
Fucking
prices
told
are
you
up.
so.
He's
We told you
stealing
not to
from the
vote for
American
him.
Treasury. I mean, everyone knows that his family is making all this money, and then he's giving tax breaks to the billionaires. and he's done nothing for people's child care, for their grocery bills, for their rent. So the game is up. The emperor has no clothes. We've had kind of the Wizard of Oz moment. Now it's for the Democrats to come in and say, look, we're going to do better. But he's lost the plot, and it's almost embarrassing to see these guys still out there defending him.
So when the part that I found the most striking about what Senator
They need
Tim
to be
Scott
voted
was
out.
saying
That they're defending
was,
him. They need to be voted the
idea
fuck
of
out.
this administration
Simple
defying,
solution. Stop voting for Republicans.
Ethics, strategy, and standards for all elected officials.
I don't know which ones he's talking about. The guy's traded more stocks than the entire Congress put together. Right. He has his family business where he's giving chips to the UAE, and in turn they're investing money into his kids' cryptocurrency that he's just minting money off. He's selling access to his Truth Social post. If you pay $100,000, you get to look at it before the rest of us, and then you can trade on that information. It's an open secret, if you talk to folks in my district in Silicon Valley, that the way to get a meeting with Trump is either to invest in his family business or to invest in some renovation fund for his ballroom. And everyone knows it's pay to play. So it's insulting. It's really insulting to not just admit it. You know, actually, the irony is Trump kind of is like, yeah, I'm corrupt. He's not even, he's less shameless than, you know, these guys are.
He's not saying he's not breaking any laws. He's literally saying he has the right to break whatever laws he wants. That is what's going on.
That we've seen, and just today, looking at the numbers where this president is standing on average in the main 38% with most voters out there, that they do care a lot about this idea of corruption and the impact it is having. And one of the things I've stressed in talking to friends like yourself and others on the other side of the aisle is, how do you link that idea of this corruption, which they are resentful of, to the personal economic storyline that these families are feeling every day?
One is fairness. I mean, there's a sense that you're working really hard, you're doing 2 jobs, you can't pay rent, you can't buy a house, you don't know if your kids are going to get education, and then you got a president of the United States who's literally stealing from taxpayers. It's just unfair. We have a sense of fairness in this country. But the other thing is that the affordability crisis is a corruption crisis. Because we have this corruption, we have a president who's given tax breaks to billionaires. We have a president who has gotten us into these foreign wars where defense contractors are making money, but everyone else is paying the price. We have a president who has given a free rein to a lot of his billionaire friends and isn't standing up to protect working class families. So it's the corruption that is linked to why we have an economy that is rigged and only working for his donors.
All right. There he is, Congressman O'Connor.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man. Keep that going out there. The Americans out there need some help.
Charlie spent his days wiping windshields at the traffic lights until his small arms could barely lift.
I appreciate you, man. Keep that going out there. The Americans out there need some help.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. It's another election night in America. No, you're not wrong. It is Thursday, but it is election night in America because voters are headed to the polls in Tennessee for some key midterm primary races today. It's their first election, I should note, under a new congressional map that was pushed through by state Republicans in May on the orders of Donald Trump after the Supreme Court gutted what was left of the Voting Rights Act. And it's one of the most extreme Republican gerrymanders in the whole country. It's one that took the state's last majority-minority congressional district in Memphis, a city that's been represented by one member of Congress for 100 years, and split it conveniently into 3 pieces in order to make a map that favors Republicans in all 9 of the state's House seats and is much, much more difficult to elect a single black representative. This is just what Donald Trump wanted. Let the party, his party, pick their voters instead of the other way around. We're going to keep an eye on the races and bring you any updates from Tennessee. But this is how the Republicans plan to win the midterms. It's been their plan from the beginning. There's always been, first and foremost, to do this unprecedented mid-decade redistricting with an assist from the Supreme Court to rig the board with gerrymandering. And then, as we're seeing every day, to use any stratagem at their disposal, to sabotage and subvert fair elections, right? But they also do have a backup plan. We're now on plan C here. Now, the backup plan, I don't want to spoil it for you, is not to like produce some tangible policy wins, make people's lives better, bring down prices. No. It is to flood America with pure hate and demagoguery. As more candidates are emerging from these primaries, you are seeing that hatred play out among Republicans and on right-wing media.
God forbid you're going to have President El Sayed in 3 years.
Will those Haley Stevens voters really vote for the guy who's the socialist dreamboat of diversity?
Abdul El Sayed. You believe this? He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them.
I find this alarming. The people like Francesca Hong and the candidate, however you pronounce his name, from Michigan, are going to win these primaries.
If you're voting for Saeed, you might as well throw in a few burqas and mosques, and it's a pretty clear choice of which one you want for me.
Hey, we might build a 30-foot wall around our state because I know what's coming. I can see it coming. I can hear it coming. You can just smell it.
They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. El Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mondani. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law, the modern democratic coalition, which is self-hating.
Only Sharia law that's going to happen in America is national Christianity. That's it. Muslims are never going to be able to take over
You could
America.
have cut the montage twice as
But
long.
Christians just might get away with it, and they're certainly trying.
And now,
Notice they don't say anything when somebody demands that we put 10 commandments up in public schools. All of a sudden they're like, whoa,
beta tested.
that's all right. Yeah.
Is now available for wide
But you put, copies of the Quran up, and they'd be fucking spitting bullets.
Victorious from that contentious Senate primary.
I mean, the hypocrisy is just so blatant and obvious.
American Rhodes Scholar and
Right now, guys,
was the child of 2 engineers from Egypt. You heard what Trump and Vance.
I'm going to end the live stream here in a little bit.
Yesterday, his Republican opponent, former Congressman Mike Rogers,
Feeling
wrote a
okay?
statement saying he was, quote, running against someone
What's
who
wrong?
believes America deserved 9/11, which is just a straight-up malicious lie, a complete fabrication. The Senate, Republican Senate's Royal Committee called El Sayed the most radical candidate in America, and, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, look how cute we're being referred to him by his full name, Abdurrahman Mohammed El Sayed, a departure from his previous press release. It's constant. Right? Fox does this, and when the right wing, when they all sort of focus the lenses on the same place and they just beam it that way, torrent of hate. I gotta say, it's in some ways it's beyond anything I could ever remember, even the post 9/11 era of Islamophobia, at least at the kind of highest levels. And it's also just, aside from being morally defensible and gross, it's toxic. It's toxic to the body politic. It really is. How do you think these messages of irrational fear and hatred sound in the ears of the remaining MAGA faithful? The people who gleefully held those signs that said mass deportations now at Trump's last RNC. All of this, again, day in, day out, in a bunch of different platforms, is a permission structure for ghastly levels of racism among the Republican base. And I mean the hardcore, distilled essence of the base. We're not just talking about Trump voters or people who consider themselves conservatives. If you are wondering about the effect it is having on the people it's being targeted to the most, we have 2 incredible, depressing, but incredibly illustrative examples of that this week. So I'm not sure if you saw either of these. This is really important. The first one came up at Trump's rally in actually Las Vegas last night. That took place one day after the shooting death of a Vegas police officer, a real tragedy. He's a 30-year-old Marine veteran named Austin Abdelnabi. That's him right there. Last night, before Trump spoke, Republican Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo attempted to honor the fallen officer Abdelnabi. I want you to listen to the MAGA crowd's reaction. I want you to listen to the MAGA crowd's reaction.
So I know Pastor Tice spoke about Officer Abdel Nabi a few moments ago. No, we're not booing. We're not booing him. He's the officer that passed away here recently. So, and I asked if we had a moment of silence, and he said we had not. So I would like your indulgence for a moment of silence for Officer Austin.
See that? No, we're not booing him. They booed a cop who was killed in the line of duty, knowing nothing about him other than his name. Just his name. Just the first few syllables of his name coming out. They know that. There's a trigger there, right? That was enough to elicit boos immediately. His name, no context. Officer Abdul Nabi, boo. All while senators like Ron Johnson go on podcasts and pretend not to be able to pronounce Abdul al-Sayed's name. You can't stop this kind of hatred once you've unleashed it and weaponized it. It's a dangerous thing. And it's already impacting Republican races in the most surprising of ways.
All right.
The most remarkable story from the
I'm going to
election
go ahead and
night
shut
is
her
one you may
down.
not have heard. And it happened in Michigan's 8th congressional district, which, by the way, Donald Trump won in 2020.
All right. I'm Corky Duke Farminator. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Michigan Farms Map, Schafer's Ag Service Part 111, I do believe. Yes, I think I am right. This is an accurate replica of the farm I grew up on. Thanks for watching, and we'll see y'all later. Y'all take care. Bye.